recording right now. Don't worry, I'm not probably end up cutting the pre-introduction stuff. So, how new are you to the channel, Blastmaster?
Probably like 3 to 4 months, I'd say.
Okay, I've seen you around for a bit.
Yeah, I've just kind of stocked deck lists. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh yeah, who's have you started with?
Um, I think the the top pin, the Stax one. I'm still getting bits and pieces from like the a Timmy version of
Oh,
Magda I put together that looks to just windmill blights the Colossus down.
I mean that's fun. Uh, so you like playing high power?
Yeah, I mean I try everyone with like Cass and the rest of those guys, so I'm trying to keep up slowly.
All right, well, there is a whole world of Magda past Blightsteel, although I do enjoy it. Um, you've played anything else lately?
Um, I also play a lot of slivers, so that not quite as much high power.
As in, you play like one sliver food chain, or the first sliver food chain, or you
No,
play like
just
slivers
like
casual?
yeah, like Overlord and
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
yeah.
I feel so disconnected. I think I've played non cEDH uh, EDH like once in the last like year, and I tried to play Bernard Golems, and I think my friends didn't like that, so I was like, nope, back to cEDH. They were like, this is too powerful. I was like, guys, it's just tokens. What? Why are you so mad?
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a couple decks other people run that fall in that too fast for most tables, but not quite cEDH.
Right. I end up playing Stax, so generally it's not like it's too fast for slow tables. It's more like it's just too unfun for slow tables, unfortunately.
Sure, yeah.
I'd talk about more things, but they're all in the part of the presentation, and I want to run through it and have the commentary be accurate and active and specific to what I'm talking about. It's one of the pre-games, so people remember it's 11 a.m. and jump in here. Any new cards you're looking to include in your list?
The investigator I think that was talked about.
Crime novelist?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's yeah. I mean, I think it's an actively okay card if you're like playing dragon midrange, because you can search a dragon then play a dragon. That's pretty deep.
Uh,
Uh,
yeah. Okay.
is that a
Uh,
is that a fucking Gardevoir with a Snorlax for a head? I mean, that's a great. It's a shiny Snorlax too, I think. Um, well, that's a fantastic avatar. Props to you, Emma. Let's see. You know what? Might not be a bad idea. I'm just gonna go to Moxfield real quick and do some run through my malls real quick because I think it's fun. Since we're waiting for the event to start, can you guys see the hand right now? Oh yeah, you can. Cool. This is a little slow. I'm not super keen on that. That's better-ish. 2 moon effects is pretty hot. No dwarves though. Ship. Oh, much better. Yeah. Yeah, I would keep this. Probably bottom that and probably bottom Nexus. Oh, it's even better. Yeah, that's a fantastic hand. Robo Dwarf on turn 1. Zorn on... there's no red. That's really unfortunate. This would be a risky keep. You'd have to take... You'd have to... Mana Crypt out Springleaf after playing Urza turn 1. And I guess you, on turn 2, you make a Robo Dwarf. Or a Golem. And then use Springleaf to play out Magda? I think that's what I would do. It'd be okay-ish, and on turn 3 you'd get a Robo Dwarf, and then play Zorn out. And then hopefully be able to win from there. Oh, that's much better too. Fast mana would be preferred, but yeah, I'd probably just play out Dwarf, then play out Magda, make the treasure, make another treasure with Springleaf, and then probably just go for Scrounger. No, that's bad. I'm not doing that. Not fantastic. Tell you the truth, I've been changing my list a lot lately. Haven't done too much playing, but Rust and Shodo have convinced me to change a few cards out. So I need to get more games in. Hopefully that's what we're doing today. Oh, that's a decent start. Oh, I only had a land. Okay. I'm going to pop back over to the thing. We got T-minus 5 minutes, and then we'll be starting. Hey, Rob. Finally.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, buddy?
A glorious day here.
It is. Took a month off because on account of my mom's getting married, my honeymoon. But dwarf days are back. How many dwarves do we have right now?
Handful.
Yeah, right. Oh no, I'm talking about on the server.
800 some.
Yeah, 825, something like that. Very happy for that. We're up there with the decks that actually win tournaments.
We got more personality of that.
I don't know, man. I think Karakushima's got a lot of personality, but they don't actually win tournaments either. I think actually there was a Kark win this year.
Russ is gonna win one today. It'll be all right.
What's that?
That Russ is gonna win one.
Yeah,
today.
right. Oh man, I was really upset on. I know it doesn't matter, but I was watching the top 10 for February
Mm-hmm.
for Mind Sculptors,
Mm-hmm.
and um, Callahan was so fucking like salty about Crick existing that they more or less like skipped over their honorable mentions, and if they thought Magda deserved to be an honorable mention in January, she definitely deserved it in February, and they just got skipped over it because they were just Cal was just like tirading about Crick being bad. I was like, damn it, signal boost our dwarf.
They can't resist it forever.
I know. We'll just get Cam to.
I was,
We'll
I was
just.
gonna send out my Nora for an autograph, and I asked around here if someone had a Nora that I could just sub in and borrow. We have a Kinnan player, Tim, who actually made it to the Final Four in the last Play to Win event and lost to
Mhm.
Tyler.
Oh
So he
wow.
plays Kinnan. And I was like, hey, man, can I borrow your null rod for a bit while mine's over at Anson's getting signed? And he's like, no. In fact, every time I see a null rod, I just intentionally destroy it because it hurts Kinnan.
That's really funny. The old Kaiba strat. No one can use the blue eyes white dragons with me.
Yep.
Um, yeah, no, it's funny. No, we're just gonna all get together and T-pose on cam at the next Play to Win event and just say, talk about Magda in every episode.
We had a good chance, man. We had a good opportunity. Tor ruined it. Where's he at this morning? Is he sleeping in?
I don't know. We still got 3 minutes, and I'm not gonna start the presentation until 5 after. I'm glad I have someone to bounce off of, though. It's always a little dicey when I'm just talking with myself. I'm not a natural Twitch streamer. I like to have the back and forth.
I have no. I mean, most of the time I've got something going on. My kid's 6, so she's just out playing the old Super Nintendo, and I'm just gonna hang around here for a
Super
bit.
Super Nintendo.
Yeah, man. She's 6 and just discovered Super Mario World.
I guess it's I guess it's a nice thing about, like young kids is that like they don't have to have the new hotness. So you literally get to let them play through the evolution of video games.
Well, yeah, and again, she's 6, so she doesn't know. And since I don't have to buy all the new game systems, I can just spend more money on bling.
That's true. Next is Halo. Just give her your old Xbox. Goldeneye.
I think there's a PlayStation down in the basement. I've got like a PS3 somewhere in the house.
She could lose a few weeks just on Spyro alone.
Oh my god. Conkers, but not Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Yeah, no, not that one. It's funny the breadth of gaming that Rare put out.
Yeah. I couldn't believe that. I played that as a young kid, and it was like
Oh.
probably something we shouldn't have played.
Mm-hmm.
What is this Scarecrow talking about here?
What's up?
On Conkers, the Scarecrow is a drug dealer.
Oh yeah, yeah. So have you been playing a whole lot lately?
Mm, I managed to get out probably at least once a week on a Saturday night to get together locally and get some games in.
Cool.
Yeah, it's not as much as I'd like. So the time that I do spend is tracking down at this point, signatures. Trying to get the deck blinged out a little bit more.
That's actually a pretty big, a pretty common thing with us, isn't it? Me, you, and Russ just like constantly just trying to financially plan for blinging out our tech.
It's one of the things I devote most of my thought process to.
I need shiny
Yeah.
cardboard. Give me shiny cardboard.
I got a signed Dwarven Trader coming in, so I'm like, hell yeah.
Um, was it you that sent me the Therese?
Yep.
I thank you for that. It's very cool.
Yeah, man. You know what's actually funny is I have a foil one. I wanted to go get out to her and actually contacted her and set up shipping and everything. And then when I went to look for a non-foil to sub in, I actually don't own one. So
Oh
I sent
no.
out some feelers locally to see if anyone's got some random Torment commons I could pick through and try to pick up one just to sub in because
You
like
want
it's such a
a
stupid thing. But
Hey, Koibito. Hey, buddy. Get over here.
Hi.
Hey, buddy. We got 3 people here. We got 6 people in the audience. Blast, I'm gonna throw you back down, mostly so you don't so you don't have to sit up here. All right. So, welcome to Dwarf Day. Rock and stone, or you ain't going home. I don't necessarily have the energy for all the funny accents and dwarf memes, but welcome. It's a little bit different this month, where I decided to, in a fever dream last week, I decided to put together a couple weeks ago, put together a little presentation that we could talk through, and hopefully that'll be interesting and useful for anyone that wants to learn more, especially about new inclusions or things that we've recently found pretty hot. So I'll walk you through the schedule real quick. We're gonna look at new cards, some cards that we haven't been using but have existed for a long time that we are now using. Then we will do some live mulliganing. I'll talk about that in just a second. Then we'll do some deck doctoring for people that want to have powers that be. Your local graybeards look at your list and give you some pointers. Then we'll talk about archetypes and how they're shaping up in the tournament meta and just the meta in general. And we'll look at some top decks, and then we'll play games. That's the day. And the sooner I get talking, the sooner I can stop talking. We can play Magic. So, any questions from the kids up here before we press on?
Good.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's really cool what you're doing here, Drew. I appreciate it, man.
No problem, bud. So, those of you in the... Oh, Jesus Christ. That was a weird artifacting. For those of you that are interested in getting your decks doctored or having us look at mulligans, use the Mulligan bot and get a decent hand that you think is interesting to talk about, or one that you're just confused about, and ping me in the Mulligan channel, and I will open up the picture of the mull on my screen and pull it up when we're doing that, and we'll talk through it, and we'll discuss whether we'd keep the hand, what we do with it, would we ship it, different play lines through it. And deck doctoring is much the same way. Just go and just post if you don't have your deck in a forum post on the server, do that. Spend your time while you're listening doing that, and then just at me with a link to your deck in the chat, and we will look at it once we get to that point in the presentation. Okay? Okay. Any questions, throw them up on the Hall of the Mountain Queen chat, and we'll happily answer those as we run through the talk through. So let's talk about new cards. We're going back to Lost Caverns, because I think it's probably the oldest, most recent set that has relevant cards that we've added in. I think it's November. Oh wow, we're getting some. Are you guys seeing the white when it pops up? Can I get
I don't think so. I mean, at least not what
Right.
I'm seeing here.
So I'm gonna go to a new page. Okay.
I get a flash of white there. Yeah.
Okay. No, we'll just deal with it. So we're gonna start with Lost Caverns. Volatile Fault. It's been an auto include for those of you that haven't been on it for whatever reason. It's some of us were trying strip mine. Koibito was on a lands package for a really long time, and he probably still really wishes he was on a lands package.
You're on Justice, by the way.
What?
I'm seeing you on Zoe as Justice.
That is so odd.
There you are.
I'm on Justice now?
Yep.
That's very odd. I'm gonna pop out of the full presentation real quick and just use the web page, because the presentation's giving me issues. Can you guys see it better now?
I see you on Justice right now. Then on
All
Fault.
right, cool. We're just going to do it this way for now. Because the full screen's giving me issues with the streamer. So we'll go back to Zoyos in a second. If you're not on it, find your worst or your least favorite colorless land and drop it, because this is just obviously better. And if you need a colorless land, it taps for that. If you want to play Wail, I don't think you should, but you can. Zoyowas. That's gonna be a hard one, and I'm not even sure how you pronounce it because I didn't listen to the story. It kind of destroys everything that we needed to destroy. It even gets rid of the big stuff like Big Pig and Yasharn. For those of you who don't call him Big Pig, I call him Big Pig. And Linvala. You know, the big like X4 hate bears that turn off our deck. A lot of people are a little bit worried that it's a 2-for-1. It's an automatic 2-for-1 for our opponents. They lose a card, but they get another card back, and we've spent a card. And while that's true, it's just it isn't quite Chaos Warp in that they get like whatever pops up that's useful, right? Even in like a Kennen list, right, where you're trying to remove you're not going to turn a Soul Ring into a Basalt into a what's the untaps every turn creature?
Like a Seedborn Muse?
Yeah, you're not going to turn something small into a Seedborn Muse. Like, the benefit is that a lot of the targets are going to be hate bears that turn us off, but don't flip into things that are like equally damaging at the same mana value, and you can't obviously flip into the big stuff, unlike Chaos Warp and I think Chaos
Wild
Warp,
Magic Sword, maybe.
Yeah. Wild Magic and Chaos Warp are decidedly less safe, right? And while they can, if they're under like a rule of law, and you're doing it like on their turn after they've already cast a spell, you can kind of lock them out and put it in their hand. Whereas with Chaos Warp, they're just putting it into battlefield. So like this feels like an upgrade in like pretty much 6 different ways because of the mana value versus like Wild Magic Surge or Chaos Warp, or because it puts it into hand so they're not getting up on mana. It's just a truly excellent card. If you're worried about any of the hate bears and you're not just trying to power through it, like I think the Turbo list like this, I think the Stax list like this, I think the Midrange list probably care the least about this card, but I think it's probably still worth including. All right, Roaming Throne. Probably don't need to spend too much time on this. It does everything we need it to. It's everything and more. It turns into it's a Robo Dwarf. It doubles your treasure output. It instead of counting to 10, you count to 7. Counting to 7 is a lot easier than counting to 10. Yeah.
I found that Roaming Throne increases the value of vehicles in your deck because you need in order to get the real like count to 7, count to 10 value, you need to be able to tap it the turn you search it at their instep.
Yeah.
So it kind of incentivizes to run like maybe 6 or 7 vehicles instead of just the 3 or 4 or 5.
And here's the hope that Saddle becomes good, the mechanic, because I agree with you that it's very much important that we continue tapping Roaming Throne at instant speed. It's another reason that I think going up on like Magmatic Galleons is probably an interesting idea, but we'll get to that in a minute. Oh, I didn't
You
actually
have one question regarding Roaming Throne here, Drew.
Yeah.
Why did you choose the inferior art?
I mean, I chose to use the standard art for all the cards this because I do very much enjoy the street art version. Yeah, it's so good. Like
purple and red just fits the deck theme.
It's also really upsetting because she's not a traditional Magic like Western fantasy artist. So getting in contact with her to do like artist proof signing has been impossible. Also, she's a Mexican national, I think. So getting in contact with her in general is just kind of hard. That's more of a bling talk, but it is difficult. All right, so pressing on. Let's see if I can get the slideshow to go. All right, Crime Novelist. This one is iffy to me. It's good because it gets big and can beat. It's bad because you don't actually need mana that often, like big chunks of mana. And when you're using your treasures, it's usually in sets of 5. If you're like running multiple stranded in hand kind of cards in your deck, and that aren't powering out with like mana Vault or Mishra's Workshop, I can see Crime Novelist being a more reliable way to do that. It also makes like treasures like in a reactive game pretty solid, pretty strong, because you can tap 1 treasure and make 2 mana, and that basically means all of your interaction costs 1 treasure. Not terrible. It's cost 3 mana, and it doesn't create treasures. It only cares about treasures, and being a non-dwarf in this context means it's taking up a very valuable like mana slot. And would I rather just be playing Hanger Scrounger? And the answer is probably yes, because Hanger Scrounger makes Magda, unboltable or unorkable.
It's definitely an interesting card. I'm
Yeah.
kind of excited to see how it plays out. Like, it looks kind of combustive for maybe some of the maybe faster paced decks. Like, there's always been the dream to make decks where we're playing cards like Unexpected Windfall, and I think this is a step towards those kind of lists. And at the same time,
Yeah.
it seems really good for those mid-range decks too, just because it is that, like you were saying, it'll help you cast those thick cards from hand.
Yeah.
Because you get pop 3 treasures, get 3 mana, now you can just play your Spine or GPS, whatever.
Yeah.
But then it's also a thick body for those same games where you really need both. So
Yeah, I think turbo and mid range is probably where this card lives, because I feel like you need to play a little too reactively with your activations and stacks to like really leverage it.
I agree with that 100%.
Okay. Oh my goodness, this is the streamer for this is not fantastic. Might have to look at getting a different PowerPoint program to run this next time. So, Scene of the Crime, near miss. Can't be super great because it can't be our first land. It's really sad. We like that it's artifact land. We to turn on Opal. We like that it taps a creature. We like that it draws a card. It does all the cool things. Had they just left off the taps for colorless, or left, if they left off any one piece and then let it come in untapped, we probably would play it. We might play it. It's tough, but
I agree with that too.
Yeah, and yeah, no, please pipe up. I don't want to just be talking to myself the entire time. Absolutely. It's a really a frustrating card because it's so close to being good, and in certain circumstances, like I don't feel like the turbo lists can play slow enough to play a tap land like this, right? We have to power out those stacks pieces, so we have
I
to.
don't know if many lists can play them. Generally speaking, ETB tapped lands are no bueno.
Yeah, I've been on Dwarven Mind for like 6 months just because of its like synergy with fetch lands, and anytime I draw that and I don't have the mountains for it to come in untapped, it is brutal. Like that one turn setback is everything in cEDH.
Yeah, and I just don't think we can, like, I think the Surveil lands are like a lot closer to playable than stuff like this. And unfortunately, they didn't print any fucking monocolored Surveil lands because Wizards hates us. So we're stuck here with this. All right, moving on. Bottle cap. Card is just cracked in all kinds of ways. For those of you who don't get how this card is good, there's some old heads in here that run Stoke the Flames, and this is better than that. Yeah, you should have ordered it already. I'm sorry about your wallet. But it's good. So Stoke the Flames is good because it makes treasures. This is even better than that because it uses the artifacts you have to and not use them permanently. It just taps them like mana rocks. Sort of like was it Galazeth Prismari is the one that taps for taps your rocks as like Mox Rubies. Is that right? I can't remember.
I'm not sure.
But anyway, it this thing is basically a 2 mana kill something, make 3 treasures, which is usually what you need end of turn to win the game.
Yeah, I think that when you're casting this, you should be 100% ready to cast this on your own dwarf if necessary, just to get that extra treasure to win. Like anytime you have this in hand, you should be doing that calculation.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. It's like you don't need a good target. You need something that has 1 toughness so you can make maximum treasures, so you can restart your loops.
Or just win, yeah, hopefully.
Like even Magda, right? Like even casting, especially if you have like a Cavern of Souls, right? You bolt your own Magda and get 4 treasures. Replay Magda with your mana on your turn. With like a Cavern of Souls, they can't interact and they have to kind of live with their life choices.
Pretty desperate, but I could see it hypothetically.
I mean, Magda's all about like scraping a combo out of like a complicated board state where you don't just have an easy win.
For sure. And I don't know if it's worth saying to improvise. Like one of the reasons we like Stoke the Flame so much is because Convoke lets us cheat some of our own Stax pieces, right? Like the Stoke costs 4 naturally. If we have Sphere of Resistance, Stoke Flames cost 5. But we can pay that extra mana on its mana cost via tapping more creatures to Convoke. And the same thing is true for this. So if this thing's mana cost is higher because of some of our own stacks, we can just tap more artifacts to get it in play. Or to be able to play, rather.
Yeah, no, this card is probably not very good in Krog, but I'd love it. I love it to resolve one time, and then it'll resolve a bunch of times.
See, Krog needs its treasures untapped so it can use them for mana. We're kind of unique in that we don't care if our treasures are tapped or not.
Yeah, I guess that's true. All right.
Haven't you guys actually gotten games with it yet? I have it slotted in my deck, but I haven't played it yet.
I haven't seen it yet, no. I mean, I just can't imagine getting 3 to 4 treasures on a removal spell at instant speed can be bad, right?
Yeah, I'm afraid it's going to cost like 30 mana and we're only going to have 2 or something.
I think that's okay. I think that sometimes when it's a Chaos Warp that makes 2 treasures or like Chaos Warp, but yeah, not Shock. What's a good 3 mana burn spell? I can't think of any because they're all bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right. I'm okay with it because it has tacked on make 2 to 4 treasures, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely so good on paper. We must get the iterations in with it. But there's a little bit of you that's a tiny bit skeptical.
Sure. So I wish Torb was here so he could, extol us the virtues. But I'll do my best. So obviously Draneth is one of our big ones that like locks us off. For those of you that don't know what Junk does, it's an artifact that comes in. You can sacrifice it at sorcery speed, tap sack, and do a impulse draw. Exile top card. You can play it for the turn. It's a EOT impulse draw, which is not wonderful, especially because you can only activate them at sorcery speed, so you only get your turn. Junk is like impulse draws are pretty unsafe generally. Because you can exile something you can't cast, and then you don't get it. And that's pretty rough. Also, Draneth and Soulless Jailer exist. So you are very much in a position where you may not be able to use them at all, and this card just is like a colorless land that kind of sucks. But in the turbo decks, it might be okay to like hand empty. First or second win attempt stopped. I need gas. This is a way to get it, but the fact that the good news is that you're not impulsing off of the 5 mana. You're impulsing. You can impulse end of turn, ahead of your opponent, like ahead of your turn, and then have the junk tokens with the untapped mana on your turn. So that's like the best case scenario, and for that reason, I don't think it's incredibly good.
It reminds me of the red land that can make treasures if you exile a card, but it comes in tapped unless you have a legendary creature.
Mines of Moria?
There you go. I
Yeah.
think that they're pretty similar.
Yeah,
I'm not sure either one are good enough to really.
yeah, we would love to run Mines of Moria if we could, like, and we're like up there in terms of cards that would in terms of cards that would really benefit, or decks that would benefit from um having our legend down early. I don't know that I still think 2 mana might be too much for a card like that. Mines of
Yeah.
Moria. All right. Vault 21. This is a trap card. I just want to talk about it for a bit. It's required rummaging. Rummaging is the worst form of draw because you will draw a land every time it's a land, and you don't want that. Your lands don't count towards your full house at the end, which also bad because you can't choose to discard you can choose to discard your first land, but if you draw another one, you did nothing with your turn. And if you do it again the next turn, you did nothing with your turn. Like 5 treasures technically with a full house, so with like a 1/1/1/2/2 or a 2/2/2/1/1, but that's so unlikely that your best case scenario is probably 3 twos. And getting 3 treasures off a 2-mana spell over 3 turns. I'm thinking, why don't we just play Fable with the Mirror Breaker if we want to wait and do nothing? The card is a trap. Don't get trapped.
I think Fable's definitely better at the same job for us, especially.
Oh yeah, easy.
I'm not 100% set that this is just a bad card for us. I think it's the kind of card that requires a completely different style of list relative to what's mostly being played. Like
Yeah.
this is where you're talking about like the no stacks list where you're playing maybe a few 1 CMC dwarves, not like all 10 of them.
So we're talking like we're talking like in a turbo list in the same way that the Lucca deck
Yeah.
cuts out the four drops because insanity. This would be the same kind of thing where you're just trying to load to the ground, just load up your deck with 1s and 2s and hope you slam this on turn 1.
Yeah, exactly. It would be a very, very different style of Magda deck. And I'm not saying that that is like bad. I just think that there's currently no development for deck styles like that in Magda that have been successful enough to play in tournament. It could be out there. It could just be needing to be developed, but currently it hasn't been cracked.
Correct. All right. Is there any other cards we want to look at? Oh yeah, let's look back. Warping Wail. It's been in and out of a lot of top lists as a card that can counter Toxic Deluge and Culling Ritual. It kills Dauntless and Bowmaster. So the problem with this card is that we make treasures and we like our red sources. We get a lot of red sources and we try to limit our non-red sources to cards that are actively good, right? And in the situation where Dauntless Dismantler. Dauntless Dismantler is a 1/4 that makes our artifacts come in tapped. Yeah, thank you. I can't type easily here. It's one of our soft stacks pieces that turns us off for quote unquote a turn. It's like not even like the biggest. It can blow up treasures, but we can just sack in response. They're forced to do it proactively. Like I'm honestly not that worried when that happens. Like Dauntless Dismantler usually slows the other players down more than it slows us down. And I'm kind of okay with that because stack. That's just for me as a fairly like turbo stacksy player. The problem with this card in my mind is that it gets stranded in hand with no way to cast it, or if you have a way to cast it, it's really clunky. Like a lot of your colorless sources makes 2 mana at one time, Soul Ring and Mana Crypt and Mana Vault if you're on that. Also your Holdout Settlement and not Concordant Crossroads, the one from Battle for
Vibrant Encampment.
What's that?
Survivor
Yes,
Encampment?
Survivor Encampment. Thank you. Those cards, they do tap for colorless, but you also want to use them to tap your dwarves so you don't have to go to beats, right? And that's the problem, is that you want to do that proactively or possibly even reactively and keep it up, but you don't want to use it for the colorless required in a card that has like very narrow modes, right? Like we're talking like hits 3 moderately to low played in the format, like, Culling Writ's only in Jund because no one plays Golgari.
Yeah, it
And
feels really bad too when someone casts like Demonic Tutor and you're pretty sure you have to counter it, but like who wants to counter Demonic Tutor with their super ace card, right? Like we want to wait for the ad nauseum itself for something. It's awkward the way it fits into actual gameplay.
yeah, and in all cases, I would almost always want to play Tybalt's Trickery, right?
Yeah, that's kind of where I landed as well.
It's Tybalt's Trickery costs a color we can make. The same is unrestricted in what it can hit. Hits literally every spell. It's and the Chaos Warp effect is not that dangerous, guys. It really isn't. If they were gonna blow up your board, it's worth it. It's worth it if they get a Seedborn Muse. It's probably worth it if they get a Kraken, right? Because you weren't winning that game anyway if they were going to Culling Writ. It's okay to lose to the flip if you were going to lose to the Tybalt's Trickery flip if you were also going to lose to the board wipe.
Yeah.
You play to your outs, and that Tybalt's Trickery is a perfect example of that. Warping Wail is just, it's safer, except for the times where you can't cast it, and then you're like, was this the correct include? Go ahead.
I would just say like kind of like with the Volt 21, like there are versions of Magda that are more like Big Red, where you're just playing like you're playing Mishras for the mana, and you're playing just this giant list of artifacts, like a billion artifacts in your deck. Maybe at that point we don't need as many red sources. Maybe we're not running as many dwarves, and maybe we can run Warping Will without really shooting ourselves in the foot. But they're definitely not how it feels for me at least in the current version.
Yeah, I pretty much agree. All right, Uba Mask. All right, so this is an interesting one. Props to Gustavo. This card is pretty tight. It's one of the better Stax pieces we can be running right now. Disclaimer: it can in fact exile your clock under Adraneth. And you just don't have a clear path to victory from that point.
Depending on your list.
What's that? Depending on your list, right? If you should be running Golem. Like I still think most people should be running Golem anyway as a
Depending on
backup.
your list.
What's that?
Depending on your list.
Yes, yeah. Most people no. So you should have a backup way to win is what I'm trying to say. Not that you should necessarily be running Golem or Dragons or some other win con specifically, but you should have some way to win outside of clock.
Yeah, especially if you're playing this, right? Like if you're playing a card that can exile things from your library, like Chiss or this, you should fiercely consider having alternate backup ways to win. Don't just lean on one clock and like 5 robots to get there.
Yeah, so that's the important thing is that on your draw, or if you're using, I wouldn't recommend tapping the One Ring in response to this card being out unless you are not worried about, you can do it of course if you're not under Drannith, but yeah, on your regular draw you can just you can draw into a clock and then lose clock under Drannith, and then you can't cast it, and then you have to go to your backup.
Leko is asking why we should play this. This
Okay.
punishes Ristic effects. Go ahead,
Yes, Ristic is the most terrifying card in the format right now. There's a reason that Blue Farm does not tutor for wins. They tutor for Ristic because they know they'll eventually get the win. We want them to eventually not get the win. Right. We need these Fish and Ristic decks to feel the pain of drawing a counter spell that they're going to use to counter our shit, and leave it stranded in the command zone or stranded in the exile, and then go away at end of turn. We want these reactive spells that they are using, that they would normally hoard in hand with like 15 cards in hand, and they just disappear at end of turn. Everyone's playing Ob Nixilis today.
I would say it breaks symmetry in two huge ways when it comes to the 4-player pod, right? For us relative to opponents, especially the fierce opponents of Blue Farm. So the first way it breaks symmetry is that it watches when we're drawing cards, right? As Magda pilots, we pretty much only draw cards on our turn. Some exceptions for the One Ring, and even those we could main phase if we wanted to.
Yep.
Many of our opponents choose to draw cards on other players' turns. This puts all of their combo cards that are sorcery speed and all of their land drops at risk. They like these cards, if they can't play them when they draw them that turn from Uba Mask, they're dead in hand. So that's the first, I think, significant way of break symmetry. The second, it has to do with when we want to play our cards. Our cards, since we draw them pretty much only on our turns at sorcery speed, we have cards that we want to play on our turns at sorcery speed. So, like, when we're functioning under Uba Mask, we're exiling our one card and then probably just playing it right then like we had planned to the whole time. Cards like Force of Will don't function that way. When Blue Farm exiles the Force of Will for their turn, for their draw, any card that is meant to be played at a very specific time or in a narrow time window loses so much of its playability because they can only play it in that small one-turn gap that they revealed it with Uba Mask.
And more to that point, if we're on the like the burn spell as our main form of interaction game plan, like a lot of the decks are right now, we leave their draw engine cards up if they're creature based, and we just start burning the stuff that works on other axes that Uba Mask isn't turning off before end of turn. We just decide, okay, I'm going to value play this lightning bolt and kill their, I don't know, Kinnan, right? And now they have to spend resources to get Kinnan back out because it plays on a different axis than the one we're currently shutting off, right? If you're going to lose that spell anyway, you might as well play it, put it in the graveyard, and so you can elixir it back in later if you're on elixir, of course. So it kind of turns you into kind of a value control list when you Uba Mask exile a burn spell.
I go ask again when we would search this versus play this. I think that depends on your game state. Like if you have heuristics in play, then I would heavily consider searching this, especially if your pod isn't paying heuristic tax like a bunch of dummies. Like you have to find some way to deal with that. Otherwise, they're inevitably just going to spiral out and win the game in the long game. And this is one of our only ways to try to combat that.
I think mid-range Staxy artifacts is like a big direction that we're moving towards. I feel like we're kind of getting away out of the way of having a ton of like low to the ground Stax effects that are very narrow, and we're kind of leaning into more back-breaking like universal Stax pieces like Uba Mask and Karn.
Another credit to Gustavo.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And that like is good for us because we don't have a super hard time casting those things from hand due to stuff like Mana Vault and Mishra's Workshop. We're getting extra value out of those cards we kind of already wanted to play or we're like middling on, and they become more safe to draw, right? The ones that we were already playing, like God Pharaohs and Portal, become more playable in our, like more castable in our from our hands, because we are now chalking our deck with a little bit more like I need to cast this 5 or 7 mana spell that doesn't require a ton that works off of Mishra's or colorless mana. All right. I think that's Uba Mask. It's kind of the new spicy one, so I'm glad we spent some time talking about it. Also, it turns off Bowmaster. Like they get the 1, and they don't get any after that, and that's pretty dope. That was brought up in the chat, but I wanted to mention it. It turns off Bowmaster, which is pretty phenomenal. All right, cards that haven't come out yet that we're excited about. Nexus. This card is a positive maybe, right? Like we're all hopeful that this card's going to have interesting play patterns. it looks about as tutorable as like the One Ring for the power it gives us, because it feeds us mana advantage the turn it comes down. It turns all of our dwarves into artifact dwarves. It turns all of our Stax pieces into beaters. 3/3, which is a pretty relevant one. Maskwood, it becomes a 4/3 with Magda out. Realistically, I look at it sort of like a Maskwood that draws a card. And that's pretty good. It draws a card, then gives us a free play. It also uncounterable. It's basically an Aether Vial. It's like a beautiful mix between like an Aether Vial and Maskwood, because it turns everything into an artifact dwarf, right? It kind of does all the things that we need a card to do in terms of card advantage, right? Like it might be worth looking at not running other cards because it's so good. When do we reach too many 4-mana cards? That's what I was talking about when it comes to like building our mana base to play good explosive 4 to 6 mana spells. Like Karn is incredible. Uba Mask is incredible. This is incredible. GPS is incredible. This is why Mana Vault is starting to look like a much more attractive card, because we need to get to that 5-6 mana point by like turn 3, so that we can just dump this in our hand from our hand. I think the question is, no, you're not crazy for Vault. I think I was not on Vault for a long time, purely because I think we didn't have enough like 4 to 5 mana spells that we needed or wanted to cast, and now we're closer to that, right? The important thing about these harder to cast cards in hand is we have to be cognizant of how ubiquitous their search case is, like when we would want to search them. Nexus of Becoming is like, do you have Clock in hand? Or do you have Maskwood in hand? Or do you have a Dwarf in hand? And can you win the game on your move to combat? And can you win the game from that point, right? Like that's the kind of search context for Nexus of Becoming. And I think that for a lot of these newer includes in the 4 to 6 mana area, like you'd be happy searching for them. Don't Nexus with just making Uba Mask a 3/3 golem. That's probably true.
I mean, so as a deck that's been heavily considering the Stax playstyle, Magda, we've definitely been losing this rock paper scissors to midrange for a while, right? Like, yeah. I believe that the meta is generally turbo is faster than midrange. Stax can stop turbo and stomp it out, but midrange outlasts Stax and beats us in the late game. And that's kind of the way that I definitely perceive the cEDH metagame in short. And yeah. as a deck that's again been very incentivized to play Stax the whole time, we have had this ongoing struggle of how do we keep up with the real mid-range decks. Like, we're cute, and we can do some cute things like GPS. GPS is really, really good when it comes to asymmetrical balance. However, Seaborn Muse Kinnan is just ridiculous. Or Thrasios. Yeah. There are some mid-range engines out there that we can't keep up with. And this is one of the first I think we've seen it like in a long time that could be worth playing. Like the first 6 CMC actual draw engine. Like, I've been on Bornholder Dracosaur for a little bit now, dreaming that I could do something like this. This card, Nexus Becoming's ability to maybe break even on mana the turn you play it, depending on what you've got in hand, yeah. And to get your bombs into play without them being counterspellable, and then to generate that card draw per turn that we need. This kind of checks all the boxes. So I'm not sure that it'll be fast enough. I'm not sure that it'll be playable in decks that aren't committed to making it to mid game, but it definitely is worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Um, I think that's enough for Nexus. We'll find out later, right? How good it is.
Yeah, for sure. And if it wasn't mentioned, I love the ability that it can turn our dumb dead draws into 3/3s. Like in the mid-game games, that's relevant. Turning just even Sphere of Resistance into a 3/3 beater could be huge.
Yeah. Yeah, I 100% agree. So, Hell to Pay, I think, is also potentially a trap card. That's the next card we're going to talk about. It's sad, right? Sorcery speed means it's kind of not playable. Like the fact that we could pump in, non-artifact mana or non-treasure mana to make more treasures is not terrible. It's just that we have to be able to win at sorcery speed, more or less. And we have to be okay with the fact that our opponents are just going to bolt Magda in response, and we will have to spend our untapped treasures or some of our mana. Like it's got the X spell problem, right? To maximize it, you have to go all in on playing it on the turn you play it. But the problem is you are going to, in maximizing it, you're going to remove the ability for yourself to play around interaction. And this is not a deck that does that super well, in my mind.
Yeah, I think this card's absolutely terrible. I think it's garbage. I think it's hot trash, and we should avoid it at all costs. Like, just the math of how you play it doesn't bake out. My best case scenario from this, like, it's a removal card on my deck, so I'm banking on this card to be able to remove threats like Drannith. This card's it's 4 mana at sorcery speed to remove Drannith. We get no treasures. That's assuming that there are no other attacks or stacks effects in play. Or even like Esper Sentinel. Let's say we have a sweet, juicy 1 toughness creature that we need to get rid of. We'd still have to pay Esper tax maybe, or give them a card draw, and then we have to pay 3 mana to get 1 treasure at sorcery speed. It's just such a bad equation.
Yep. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of situations where this card makes any sense. I will say, I'm gonna say because I think it's fun. For those of you who don't care, but like other or that might care about other mono red lists, this card is actively cracked in Sulfim because it does double damage, so it makes double treasures. Very good there. Bad in Magda.
Maybe we're all sleeping on Torbrand still, and it's Lurker like the best Magda version yet to be. We'll see.
No, no, yet.
Probably not.
Probably not. Unironically though, now that I'm on Magmatic Galleon, this Bottle Cap and what's the other Excess and Magmatic? All 3 of those love Torbrand. I don't think so though.
So does Fury, so does Pyrokinesis. There are some cards that scale kind of insanely with Torbrand. Just not quite enough of them, I don't think.
Yeah, no, not quite enough.
Only would tell us we're bad.
I'm actually gonna bring up Galleon as soon as we get through this because I wasn't considering it and I forgot it when I added it to the Ixalan list. I will talk about that in a second. And we'll after we get through the future cards, I'll pull it up on Scryfall and then I'll make a page for it and slot it in later when I distribute this to the community. This audio will also be this presentation will also be acceptable or freely given out. So next is Sword of Wealth and Power. It is good. It's it's pretty fucking spicy. Yeah, if now's the time to add cards to the discussion list if you want us to look back at some cards or look forward. And I have no problem writing something up for them later and tossing them into the list. But if you have any, talk about it. Just toss it in the chat, and I'll put it up on Scryfall. So, Sword of Wealth and Power is interesting because it gives you the pseudo hexproof, but it's still that the inflection point of the inflection point of I'm gonna 2-for-1 this Magda player. They're gonna pump 5 mana into this and get fuck all out of it. And I'm going to feel really good about blowing my my Swords to Plowshare because now they're not making treasures. They don't get the protection. They got to spend 4 more mana and then 2 more mana to equip it. It's like the worst version of Make Them Have It. It's a trap, this card. It's really a trap. There's better ways to get excess treasures and to protect Magda. Just use an extra slot. Play boots. Play what's the really good make discard a card, draw a card, make 2 treasures.
Unexpected Windfall?
Yeah, the Unexpected Windfall. Play that instead. Right.
I think when you're analyzing cards like this, it's kind of trying to decide where you're trying to fit into that mid-range Stax turbo build. Like, this is very, very mid-range. This card is unplayable turns 1, 2, and maybe even 3, and by the time you get it into play, yeah, it's doing more, but it costs so much mana, and if they kill your dude, you're just, like, they time walk you, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's kind of unacceptable in a 4-player game. You lose so much when you sit a little bit behind.
Yeah, no, this is actively asking a player, your opponents to time walk you, and they will every time.
Now, with all that in mind, if I feel inclined to say, if your pod is something like Stax, and you don't think that there's going to be oof and play for some reason, like, cards like this will end up winning you the game. Like, these are the kind of value engine style cards that do pull ahead over turn after turn after turn. So
I agree with that, but firstly, you got to be playing like instants and sorceries that you care about to get real benefit out of this. And like value burning people is not exactly what I want to do for a 5 mana and a swing investment, right? Also,
probably not at the top of the artifact list or equipment list, rather.
Yeah. Also, it doesn't get protection from any colors, so the fact that you still have to connect, they can just speed bump you, and you get fucking nothing. That's also a very important thing. You don't get the treasure, and you don't get the twin cast, right? You get nothing but a more protected Magda. And if you're in a pod with 4 players that are playing that are in stacks, if one of them isn't green, the universe is coalesced in a very interesting way on that day. So because I think green is one of the better stacks pieces colors right now. So I think it's pretty easy to say this card is a bit of a trap. So yeah, let's look at some other cards that we wanted to talk about. Let's talk about Magmatic. This card is interesting. I'm currently on it. I have not gotten to test it yet. I'm on more instants and sorceries than the average list. I'm probably on more the instants burn spells than most people. I'll show you right now. Actually, just went down a couple. But suffice to say that getting treasures for killing your opponent's hate bears, and this one killing literally everything that you'd ever want to hit, is pretty good. It's a decent search piece against Tivit even, because you can just use the mana, left open mana to pay the ward cost, and this still kills it, right? It's not great. Yeah, no, it is. But the problem is people aren't doing excess non-combat damage that very often. I want to say that if we talk about every single card that you guys have talked about, we're going to be here until noon before we even get to the mulls. But
yeah, no, we don't need to talk about Ire. Sorry, it was just funny with the sword because it helps us get through.
Yep. So, crew 2, very important. Hits are 5, decent as like kind of like a Staxy mid-range piece. It may be too slow for basically anyone, including the high tempo decks like mine. So I'm not sure about this card yet. It might be a little win more. Oh, you're right. You're totally right. They'd have to be swinging at us. It is a 6/6. Yeesh. Card's cracked, guys. I guess I still think it's okay. Oh, it doesn't fly. Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, that's cut. I don't know why, but I think a lot of these vehicles have primed me for boat equals flying.
Yeah.
Right?
Vote's so good, it just sets the bar.
Yeah. So yeah, this card just really is decent as like a tempo piece and value generator. It's probably not the best one, but it's good in like a tempo deck where you're playing a lot of burn spells.
I think to really get the maximum value out of Galleon, we would play more cards that sit and play and have the chance to deal non-combat damage to creatures. Like, I think it's Dwarven Vigilantes can deal its damage to like a creature
Yeah.
if it wasn't blocked or something.
Yeah, no,
Like how sick would that be, right? Like you sing your Vigilante at Blue Farm and then you kill an Esper Sentinel and make a treasure at the same time. That's kind of dope.
yeah, and you've already tapped him, so you get 2 treasures on that exchange. Um, does God Pharaoh statue wait? GPS? You mean Portal of Phyrexia? I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding the question, Crixus.
DPS only deals 1 damage for each opponent. It's not hitting creatures or dealing excess damage. There's no interaction.
And to be clear, something else about Galleon, it's per effect, right? So like if you played a Pyroclasm and you killed 5 elves, you would still only get 1 treasure from Galleon.
Yeah, I'm still okay with that though. I think I'm still okay with just getting 8 treasure. Like I think we underestimate the ability to just make free treasures. Especially when this does 1, right? This automatically gets you 1 because even basically anything you'd want to kill with this is a X4, right? Like Linvala, actually, yeah, Linvala, Big Pig, Crom. But like I said, I think this card I'm an optimistic maybe on it. What other card did I want to look at?
I'd say the Galleon's very list dependent.
Yeah, no, it's certainly very list dependent. Probably one of the more list dependent cards that I've flex cards I've tried lately. We can look back at Cavern-Hoard. So Dash Horde. It's H-O-A-R-D, isn't it? I don't know how to spell things. There it is. So, this card is interesting. We did the math on like what we'd be happy about when it first came out. I think the number was 4. Someone has to have 4 artifacts before I'm happy to play this card for 5 mana, right?
It's important to note that it's only a single opponent, right? Like it doesn't scale with all opponents the way Dockside does.
Right. I didn't want to do that again, even though it's a 9 mana spell.
It's only artifacts. It doesn't count enchantments. So
yeah, it just I think the number of times it's stranded in hand is pretty bad. Although it's not a terrible search if someone has popped off with like a Dockside. Like I've definitely seen the world where someone Docksides with a Blind Obedience main phase and hoping it doesn't, it gets back around to their turn. And then we just Cavern Hoard on on our turn and swing and win, right? Like I've seen that, but like I feel like the game states in which an opponent lets us have this, right? At least lets us have the attack to generate a ton of treasures. It's usually because a player has been like pretty brainless in their threat evaluation.
I think that RMS Titanic card is very interesting, actually. We can talk about that one later.
Yeah. But
so I think Cavern ends up working as like a turn. Like if someone goes off, then sure it can be really relevant on turn. What's the soonest? Like 2 or 3, maybe 3 or 4 more realistically.
Yeah.
And perhaps it can give you a turn 3 or 4 counter win in response to. It's even in the best case scenario that they've got like a bunch of treasures. We got like 4 treasures. When you cast Cavern Hoard, they don't know that it's coming until you've got it on the stack, and at that point you've already locked in its mana cost. So they can't crack their treasures in response to you casting it to make it cost more mana. However,
yeah,
they won't have the treasures in play when you slap them, so it might be a lot less rewarding when you actually get in on them.
They've like that's the thing. They can effectively bait out that play, and you go for it. you have just enough discount to play it, and then you get just enough treasures not to win, and that feels like a bad place to play.
Honestly, this card feels to me so much like Goldspan Dragon, right? It's so realistically, it's only playable turns like 3+, maybe like 3 to 5, is its kind of like optimal range. Mm-hmm. And even then, it's like Drew was saying, sometimes maybe it'll give you a win, but a lot of the time, probably not, unless you're really late in the game. And then we're considering really late in the game top decks, and
I'd rather play something else.
Like Goblin Matron would just grab your Dockside or something,
right.
Something more reliable.
Run Goblin Matron.
Another point I want to make about this and Goldspan is it has to do with your design of your deck when you're talking about moving from Plan A to Plan B. If Plan A is to make infinite treasures with Magda, and you're trying to fire off 2 searches or 1 search with your other half of combo in hand, then this isn't effectively a Plan B, because this is only dealing like 5-6 combat damage and giving you more treasures. So if for some reason like Treasure / Magda are disabled, this isn't going to help bail you out in that same kind of way that like Drakuseth or Udvara will completely pivot to a new style of win condition. Or even like Rings and Rings of Brighthearth and what's the card we play with that?
I'm not sure.
Oh, come on. Oni's been testing it this week.
Basalt? Grim?
Yeah, exactly. Basalt. So Rings Basalt that's a possible win line that doesn't need, like the way he's playing it, he kind of doesn't need Magda in play. My point is that it doesn't need everything that Magda needs in order to do its thing. I think trying to find, like when we're designing our Plan B and our Plan C, depending on what we think we're going to be playing against, it can be better to have those plans be more different than our Plan A.
Yeah.
Or if you don't think that the stacks like Oof are going to be around or Curse Totem, and you're okay with your Plan B being round A but with more feeling, then this is great for that. This is like Goldspan. It will help generate treasures when Magda's not in play. It's just like it's an interesting deck design position that I think should be considered when you're thinking about playing this or Goldspan. Do you want your Plan B to be more treasures, we're going to try again with Magda, or do you want to completely pivot away from depending on Magda for your win condition?
Yeah.
Something that I would just throw out to consider here, and I think we've discussed this before over the past year or so, is I don't think Cavern-Hoard is as good as Ancient Copper Dragon. And if you're looking for a chance to come back and just generate treasures independently of Magda, ACD can get you there.
I agree. I think
as a search target, I agree completely. Yeah. As played from hand, I think that they're more equivocal.
Yeah, I agree. No, that
correct. I mean, obviously the Cavern-Hoard is better played from hand, but look at what we've discussed in the past hour. If I'm at the point where I've got 5, 6, 7 mana, we're now feeding the deck with a lot more functional and rewarding artifacts. So, like, getting a Nexus in play is pretty good, or just straight up dropping something like Portal Phyrexia, or a Nexus to give me my 3/3 Portal Phyrexia.
I just think at this point, like even in like a mid-rangey kind of deck, we've gotten so many good cards that Cavern-Hoard feels like card 110. That's my take. What was the other card you wanted to talk about next, Koibito? RMS?
That's one that Itzchy mentioned, but we can get to. Are there any others that people had mentioned? I'm not sure. I think the amulet was a troll. I'm not sure if that was a real solution.
I got one for you if you guys want to touch this or not. Grim Reaper's Sprint.
Oh yeah, that card's fucking hot. I will definitely make a page for that later. All right, let's talk about RMS real quick. Crew 3 is rough. That's the reason not to play it. Like
Crew 3 and the fact that it's got 1 toughness and a Bowmaster meta.
And yeah, no haste. Right? It's like you are giving the table a long time to deal with this.
Yeah, I think for it to be playable, you have to be running like 3 to 5 haste effects, and a bunch of other weird things have to be true.
Yep.
But in those situations, it could be one of the best treasure rituals ever.
Yeah.
Like it checks a lot of boxes. It is a crew outlet when we need one. Um, it can make a lot of treasures. It's weird. I think it's really cool for budget decks for sure, and it's the kind of card that I have a hard time. Like a lot of the cards, you can just like kind of read the card and like play it out in your head. I can't do that for this card. This card's too weird. I don't know. Go ahead.
I can tell you. I can tell you, maybe 40% of the time you win the game. 20% of the time, it gets stopped, and about another 40% of the time you don't have two dwarves, and now you're sad, right? Because it's 4 fucking mana. It is an artifact though. I think as we just discussed and established at this point, artifacts are kind of better than dragons right now. Just generally.
I don't know about all that.
What were we saying, Rob?
So this is Cope.
Yeah, I agree.
This thing shouldn't see any competitive play.
No.
Yeah, probably not.
All right.
You need a lot of haste.
Grim Reaper Sprint. This one is kind of like based in Gadrak Pilled in my mind. Like it has kind of a similar play pattern, right? You force an unprofitable or maybe even profitable block, and then go psych, bitch, and then go for 3 more treasures, and win the game, right? It's not bad, right? I just think that the number of times it gets stranded in the hand, or you don't have enough dwarves to profitably use it becomes like a 3 mana make a treasure, and I'm like, right? Because you need like how many dwarves do you need to have in hand for Grim Reaper Sprint? Or sorry, on the field for Grim Reaper Sprint to be good. I think that number's 3. Because you got to lose one of them.
Yeah, I think 3 is what I would come up with.
I don't think 3 is a number that we often have, right? Because you also need to have this card and the ability to make mana, right? And you
in A plus B, this is the plus B. I think that you not only need the right field state, the board state. What you're doing is you're going to catapult your win up 1 turn, basically.
Yep.
Because you probably have one of the combo pieces in play plus a tapper, and this is going to be one of those gotcha bitch moments where you'll swing, you'll lose a dwarf, the board, the other 3 players are going to be like, oh, cool, we've got, probably 1 more turn left, and then you're going to pop a Grim Reaper Sprint, untap everything, and then laugh as you go get your last fetch.
Right. I think this is better in the turbo lists that want to run like a higher percentage of their deck being Robo Dwarves. Yeah, it'll work in second main phase. That's kind of the entire shtick. But that's really the way I look at it, is that you kind of want to be in the turbo game plan here, where you are dropping a shit ton of dwarves. One of them is a Robo Dwarf already. They can't block the Robo Dwarf for whatever reason, or they don't, and you send the Robo Dwarf elsewhere. I feel like it's going to be hard to use, because if they don't think you're going to win, right, they may not try to speed bump one of your dwarves, right? Especially if it costs them their Tymna, which it always will. Right, this is the world in which people are gonna be like, okay, do I have a Ragavan? I have Espers. I have Tymna. Am I gonna trade with your dwarf if I don't think you're gonna win this with it next turn? Also, it has counterplay because it's a non-creature, right?
But an enchantment, so not as much counterplay.
Not as much.
I look forward to getting my 2/2 Swan token.
Right. Exactly what I was thinking. Exactly what I was thinking. I was like, well, if you have Maskwood, you get a creature back.
Sweet.
Yeah, no. I have the feeling this card's going to play worse than it looks, and it already looks pretty, I'm going to say, fringe playable, like very build dependent. And I don't think it's the build that I want to play personally. Because I think most Robo Dwarves are dog shit.
I think what I like the most about this card is, like, when we're playing with all of our 1 CMC dwarves, they're kind of like little duds in that kind of way, right? Like they generate treasures, but they don't do shit otherwise. And in some games, we draw like 3 or 4 of them, and it's rough because that's not card advantage. These little do nothings are hard to play with, and this card is really good in those kind of games. Like if you happen to draw 2 or 3 of your 1-mana dwarves, or you just happen to have like 2 or 3 dwarves in play. If this is pay 2 mana, make 2 treasures, like that's honestly really good for us right now. I don't think we have anything that does that consistently. That's why we're so high on bottle cap. So that could win the game, right? Like,
Yeah.
And it's especially consider some of those dwarves have sack abilities that can help enable Morbid if we really need to. Like if we dodge, if we get dodged in combat, we can just like sack an enslaved dwarf for somebody's elf and then untap and then give it a shot.
So the fact that 3 of our dwarves sacked themselves, or like 2 of the dwarves sacked themselves, right?
3 or 4, yeah.
So
Liberated, enslaved, Bloodfire, and Scorcher.
well, you
can
don't.
sack.
One of them you don't do, right?
Game state dependent, yeah, for
yeah,
sure.
Yeah, but something very important about this card that we didn't discuss is that if it's the 3rd dwarf and you're casting it on main 3 or main 2, right? You can swing with your 2 dwarves, lose 1, play a dwarf, play Grooming for Sprint on that dwarf, right? That you just played. It gets haste, so you're not. You don't have to have 3 unsummoning sick dwarves. You just need to have 3 dwarves and 2 of them be not summoning sick, and that's relevant.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's
a little more mana intense, but definitely relevant.
Yeah, I mean, usually that's just 3 versus 2, and you can usually do colorless red. Usually. Especially if you have a treasure. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'd rather play Gadrak than this, generally. But I'm not like, Gadrak is moving back more into the mid-range, like, I like to watch things die kind of gameplay, and I don't think that's good enough. I think it's too slow and reactive and, like, hoping your opponents play into your play patterns.
Well, like let's say hypothetically, we'll put a real simple curve on it, right? We'll say opponent A has a blocker, and maybe opponents B and C are open. And let's say we're turn 1 dwarf, turn 2 Magda. We swung on turn 2. We have 1 treasure.
Yep.
Turn 3, we start with 1 treasure. We'll swing our 1/1 into damage, expecting maybe they won't trade. Maybe it's got 2 power, and we're trying to like threaten cannon or something. Who knows? And we'll swing Magda open. And if they trade there, or if they kill our guy, and we have another dwarf in hand, then we really can go from 3 treasures to 5, 6 treasures because of this card. And there aren't a lot of cards on turn 3 that enable us to do that. Almost all of them that can do something like that, we play. Like that really is the same kind of quality as Zorn or Professional Facebreaker, as the ability to generate 2 to 3 treasures on turn 3.
Yeah, I mean, unironically, could you see yourself swapping swapping Zorn out for this because it's not quote unquote a do nothing?
I really like Zorn's ability to go non-infinite but treasure positive. So me personally, probably not, but maybe if we stop playing Maskwood and a few other changes happen, who knows?
Sure.
Hello.
Hey,
buddy.
What are we talking about?
Talking about Grim Reaper Sprint, buddy. We've gone through the majority of the cards. The majority of the cards that we're going to go through. I think actually pretty much all the cards we're going to go through. But to go into
You've
Mulligans.
gone over Galleon.
Yeah. Oh, we went over
Cavern-Hoard and
look. Yeah, we've gone over everything here.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I prepared.
What did you say about Uba Mask?
Good.
Garbage.
Good. Try not to get your clock locked under it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Garbage while I'm out buying all the foils.
Yep. I saw Rob before to give me free cards because he just keeps specking on cards we signal boost. That's funny. Okay, so I think we should move on to Mulligans. So I don't know that I've seen anyone. Okay, I see Mulligan chat.
Hey, Drew, I have one more question before we move on to Mulligan.
Yeah, please.
Like, 15, 20 minutes ago, you mentioned how we seem to be moving towards, Mana Vault, right? Like,
Yeah.
being worthy of an inclusion. And I move my masterpiece into the deck because bling is bling, buddy.
Yes.
Along those lines, does this warrant a consideration of maybe moving Grim into the deck, and does that kind of give things like Rings of Bright Hearth legs in the deck as an alternate, or no?
That's really... So, it is an A plus B, but...
Oh, and I'm sorry, and one more thing, with the proliferation of Kinnan in the environment, and the fact that we do run copy artifact effects, we could benefit from just literally main decking Rings of Bright Hearth, dropping a Sculpting Steel and a Kinnan's, monolith that's out, but they haven't comboed off, and we could combo on top. So
that... Yeah, no, that's true. And because Rings of Bright Hearth does combo with Magda, just,
Yep.
GG. I think you're probably not playing Stax at that point. I think those is you want your reactive cards, right? But I don't think you want your the I guess the more invested Stax cards in that kind of build, where you're trying to play a little more parasitically, right? You're trying to utilize the table a little bit more and not proactively stop people. I think that's definitely an option. I think like a not a bad option, right?
I think Oni is playing right now with rings and his
Right.
main deck and on a Stax build, generally speaking.
Okay.
Yep.
I'd be interested to see that.
Rings to me is more of a turbo card than it is
Right.
anything else. But also when thinking about turbo, like when I made that list with Corbran, he and I basically came to the same conclusion that like the deck in general, regardless of if you're playing Stax or if you're playing Midrange or if you're playing turbo, almost entirely the package of quote-unquote Stax pieces that you're playing are in a way only there to stop specific lines. So
Yes.
they're almost all silver bullets with the exception of potentially Stranglehold and stuff like Magus of the Moon and
Yeah.
Blood Moon. Because the idea is you want to run the things that have the highest effect on your opponents, and that's it. You don't want anything more than that, because if you do, then you're sacrificing other potential like combo pieces or alternate routes or interaction or whatever. And especially in such a mid-range meta, you need a lot of interaction. You can't just, draw go in a lot of situations. Or I should say, you want to be more in position to do draw go than maybe previously we wanted to be. So this is like, Koibito has talked about how a lot of his style has been like trying to make his deck draw go, right? And as like, especially you and I, we're on a high amount of interaction compared to other pilots. The more interaction that we have, especially like when I'm playing locally, I seem to be more in control of the game, or at least I don't feel like, like you said, parasitic, to the point where like I don't have answers and I'm just like F6 every time that something happens.
Yeah.
F6 with GPS in play.
Yeah, F6 with GPS in play. But, sometimes it's not enough, unfortunately. Even though GPS sucks, there are plenty of decks that can just go and do their Thassa's Decon thing right through it. And we only have so many options to stop that.
Yeah.
And a lot of, like, our Stax pieces can be used to prevent wins, but it puts us behind when we do that in a way.
Yeah. it
So,
certainly
like,
does.
there have been a couple games where, like, I've stopped the Thassa's Decon, and I've stopped someone winning with, their Sabertooth Dockside line at the same time, but, like, still lost the game because I had to expend treasures just to make sure that they didn't win, as opposed to being able to, like, win on the top of them. So it's this fine line between, okay, am I actually looking to stop these people consistently, or am I just looking to go over them? But then comes the problem of, because our deck is pseudo-linear, we put ourselves in a position where we could be taken advantage of when we only have 5 treasures.
Yep.
The opponents can be like, well, the Magda has an answer, and they can do it at instant speed. Let's just pass priority.
Yep. You
And
can get bullied.
yeah,
Sort of like
it's actually kind of annoying.
You can get Thrasiosed. I know they have the counter in hand, so pass.
Yep.
So that's kind of the ideal game state, though, isn't it? Like, we want to just be stacking treasures. Like, that was the original playstyle, is that we want to be in that draw go scenario, because the longer it persists, the more times of their interaction we can stack on top of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we're also only able to generate so many treasures so quickly. So like, a majority of the board states that I end up getting myself into is maybe making 3 treasures per round. And sure, if we're able to go, 2 or 3 turns in a row, we're able to continue to pile on. But there's still so many decks in this mid-range meta that can just, I guess, win out of nowhere after turn 4. That because of their engines and stuff, there's not much that we can do. So like, that's why going to this stuff like Uba Mask stops these decks that are abusing all of these draw engines as ways to potentially like forward their game plan. And that seems like a good place to be going.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, we still always run the risk of locking our opponents out of interacting with the opponent's win attempts, which is a fine line to like walk.
Yeah, I will say with that kind of game state, like, it is quote unquote necessary that cards like Lavinia and cards, I know it's not in our deck, but and cards like the spheres that like Trinisphere, Resistance, and Amethyst, right, will necessarily stop our opponents from stopping a win con that we needed in the stop. Like, it will happen, and if someone puts a win on the stack, it will likely happen, right?
Right.
I think Uba Mask is more of a count the hits, forget the misses kind of thing, because you don't know how many win cons you stopped from happening. I just think you're probably overstating how likely that is to happen, I guess.
I mean, there are a lot of times where people ristic study into a counter. Like, if you watch any tournament results or any tournament footage, it happens like every other game.
Yes, but the other player also got there because they had a draw engine, right? And now they're not there, right?
Sometimes.
So,
But yes, like stuff like Lavinia helps, but also that card specifically isn't being run as much.
where that
right?
card's not being run as much because Boromir exists.
Right.
Right.
Um,
Unfortunately, we can't just like, unless we want to run Krark Clan, Ironworks. We don't have the ability to turn off our.
I mean, you've already talked about Nexus of Becoming a little bit, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So I think that solves a lot of our issues.
Yep.
Because it lets us turn, especially if you're still on Maskwood Nexus, it makes it so that basically any board state that you have, as soon as you've played an artifact from that, or a creature, because it becomes an artifact, then you're so close to your win already, just with Maskwood, that like it sort of bridges the gap a little bit, and you're still able to beat down with your Stax pieces. So,
Yeah.
like,
No, we came to much the same conclusion.
That's another +1 for Basalt as well. Like, the same way as Manifold, where it lets you have these really big play turns where you can play a Nexus of Becoming and hold up a Rev or something as well.
yeah. I think that, like, especially Basalt, if you're on Rings of Bright Hearth, is a strong line, but because, like, you need 10 plus treasures to make it work, right? Because one of them needs to be on the field, right? No matter what. Either Rings or Basalt before you start. Because getting to 15 treasures just obviously isn't going to happen, and if we do, then we're going with a different line. So in those situations, like having two tutors, we still win the game with clock anyway. So like it it makes it this very weird situation as far as like how you go about winning from there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you already have rings out and you're double tutoring with Magda, like
Just
that,
go elsewhere.
yeah,
That's
you
fine,
can
yeah.
just go elsewhere. So it's like it's this really weird amalgamation of like this makes sense, but also like why do that when we have other choices?
I think that again, Oni's not here to defend his thinking, but I think what I really take away from this is like these cards are all independently fine, right? Like if we draw rings, then maybe we can double tutor and just win the game. So
Yeah.
that's kind of like all of the cards where we can win with one search, quote unquote. Rings effectively simulates that.
Yes.
If we draw a Basalt, it's like a gimped mana vault. And that's not all bad. Depending on our list, if we have like a medium to high CMC, like if we can play Basalt on turn 2 or 3, and then we can have a blowout turn on turn 3 or 4, that's kind of fine. It's definitely not a garbage card in our list. I've considered running it just for the mana ritual part of it, for like a big red vibe, a lot. So I could see playing them both independently, and then I could see how they randomly do have a little bit of synergy if you did want to try to. And when we asked Oni, we haven't clarified in voice today, but Oni said that his main out when he has those two is that he would just find a treasure vault with Magda, and then he could convert the infinite colorless mana of Basalt rings into treasures with treasure vault, and then from there he could play whatever other win cons he had lined up in his deck.
Yep, and especially if you already have Treasure Vault out, it makes it so that you don't need to actually do that. So
Yeah, you can just pop.
yeah, and then you can just pop. But like, because like this also goes into this the exact same line of thinking of Croc Clan Ironworks, where like you need to have something to do with that mana. So like Croc Clan does the exact same thing where it makes infinite colorless mana, and then it goes and it gets Treasure Vault, and then wins with infinite treasures, right?
But you still need that search, and the infinite mana does
Right.
not perpetuate the search necessarily.
Yep.
Exactly. So that's the only like thing to really think about. Because if you're in that board state where you have the infinite colorless mana, that's great if you have Portal of Phyrexia, or if you have, you know, these big blowout turns where you can play your GPS or your Nexus of Becoming from hand or whatever. But those situations are going to be few and far between.
So what I'm hearing is Sculpting Steel their Monolith, and then Cursed Mirror their Kinnan, and then win from there.
It is a viable choice.
No, I'm just saying instead of making infinite mana and doing nothing with it.
Yeah, it would be a funny line to just win with their Kinnan as the red deck.
Yep. I have definitely Cursed Mirror stuff that they did not expect before. All right. I would like to move on to Mulligans just so we can get through the rest of the presentation. I know you jumped in late and you have a lot of card thoughts.
Sorry.
No,
I
it's
had
totally.
in real life obligations.
No, you're totally fine. Totally fine. I just wanted
We
to.
can always drop cards in the discussion too, and then come back to them later.
Yeah, absolutely. So, for those of you that haven't used the Mulligan bot, first of all, you got to go to the roll request channel and click the button that says Mulligans. It's a little dice, D6. If you want to see the Mulligan chat. Then you go down to the Mulligans. You set your deck with your Moxfield link. There's only like 4 commands, so it's not super hard to figure out. Then you generate a pod to generate a game state to give you a seat, which is the only time that Mulligans are super useful is when you have a pod for context. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this picture. This is what I intend to do for the Mulligans, is to throw it up on the screen. Nobody has to go look at the. Okay, now copy image link. Copy link. There it is. There it is. And so here we have a second 7. Yeah, it's not particularly good.
I think I'd begrudgingly keep this.
The second one? Yeah, let's talk about begrudgingly keep it. Oh, that's useful.
This is a interesting hand, just because of the pod. It's like there's not real begrudgingly keeping that hand is like that's such a huge risk.
Yeah. If we don't draw a mountain in the next 2 turns, it's definitely big time over. But if we draw a mountain next turn, we could be totally fine.
Could be.
We could be like...
Yeah, I don't know if I'd probably still just mull to 5.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. Mostly because like the really big up in this hand is being able to copy someone's Vamp Tutor on like turn 2.
I mean, I don't think we even need to. Again, if we draw a mountain, we're turn 1 dwarf, turn 2 Magda Dwarf, turn 3 delay blast, fireball, swing, 5 treasures, run the game. It like
Yeah,
if and we have 2 draws to find the mountain too. I don't know what Oni's exact count is, but as opposed to going to 5 anyways. Let's see what the 5 looks like, just to see
how badly we burned ourselves. Yeah.
I would keep that hand myself as well.
Yeah, look, what do we do with this? This is even rougher. We have to like Lotus Petal out, Ragavan, and pray.
Yeah, but we're on 2, so it's likely that we get there, right?
Like we'll get in with Ragavan, but then we'll have 1 treasure and no lands.
Oh,
so we're
right.
that's
true. That's true. Yeah. Then you have to bottom like I don't know, Pyro and Basalt.
Didn't mean to steal the attention of the conversation. I was just trying to perform some of the things you were talking about as you were going.
Yeah, no,
I don't think you can bottom Basalt here because you need the acceleration if you actually get to the point where you have mana.
That's true.
So I think you're probably gonna have to do Pyro and Imperial Recruiter.
So, but do you go to 4 instead? It's a no lander. Yeah, let's try 4.
You don't have a choice, I don't think. I will say going below 5 in this deck, it feels terrible.
You're mono red, yeah. At the end of the day, you are mono red. You cannot like risk your way out of pools like this. It's going to be a 5-turn recovery to try to find our footing in the game.
This isn't actually that terrible.
No,
because you can. I would probably keep Ancient Tomb, Liquid Metal, Treasure Vault, and Torpor.
I'd keep Ancient Tomb, Mountain, Liquid Metal, Torque, and Lightning Bolt so that you have interaction. You have your ability to make Magda into an artifact should you draw dwarves, and then you have extra acceleration from your Ancient Tomb if you draw into any of your mid value artifacts.
Yeah, I'd probably... I mean, the Lightning Bolts, you know, if you're trying to speed bump someone, it's not too bad. But you won't have it up into...
You don't really want to have a... I mean, you could do Torpor Orb, but, like, the only thing you're really stopping in this particular pod is some of the ETB effects from Tyam, which there aren't that many of them.
Yeah.
And then you have the Dockside from Tim the Crown, or the Ranger Captain or something.
So, like... Thassa's too.
Yeah.
Respecting the Kinnan in C1 is very fair, though. I can concede to for sure.
Yeah, but you have multiple. I mean, I feel like Tyam can deal with the Kinnan, right? He's in white. He also has oof effects and null rod and whatnot, and probably curse totem. It's a triggered ability, right? He doesn't run Curse Totem because he runs Dorks, so...
He doesn't run Curse Totem because he has his own activated ability.
Is it? Oh, it's an activated, not triggered, right?
Yeah,
yeah, no, I mean, I feel like time can deal with Kinnan. I'd probably go with Torpor because the table is not going to do well to just stop Temna and Crom from just, I tutor and win.
Well, I mean, the other thing that we're missing context-wise is what other players has kept as far as their starting hands.
Yeah.
Because if your the Tim the Crom player had to go down a lot, then maybe Torpor Orb is better because they needed to keep a hand that could get closer to Thassa Decon faster, right?
Or
But
Dockside, right?
even though Tyam is in Abzan, they don't have a whole suite of interaction, and there's still some things that we might not want on the table,
That's fair.
like when the time comes. And also, Lightning Bolt can stop or help stop like his particular combo lines and force him to use extra counters to actually go off. So like, because Lightning Bolt keeps both Tyam and Kinnan in check and can potentially get rid of Bowmasters and some other things from Tim the Crom if we end up like drawing into the One Ring or something to get back in the game, I think there's just too much value in that one piece.
That's fair. That's reasonable. And you get the you won't get the mana to use it till turn 3, but I think turn 3 is kind of when you want it anyway.
The
I
mana
mean,
to
you could
use-
the bolt. You
Lightning
could
Bolt?
crack a treasure for bolt if you needed to.
Well, you're playing Ancient Tomb, Liquid Metal, turn 1, Magda.
Clonkar.
Turn.
Oh, we don't have Clonkar. We shipped it.
we don't have
Oof.
Conquer, yeah.
Yeah, you don't have a treasure, right? You don't have a tapper, so you're using your 1 red
Yeah,
mana
so
on turn 2.
You either keep up Lightning Bolt depending on what the pot has done, or you
Yeah.
play Magda.
Yeah, that's true. Like you probably don't play Magda in that context because you want to be safer.
See, that's where I go back. I love Torpor. I'll just play turn 2 Magda Torpor or best turn, and that's just it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean you're just
We-
hoping the game. You're basically giving you're basically saying the table's the table, and I'm doing nothing for the rest of the game.
Well, for a few turns, and that's kind of fine. Like Kinnan's got all the aggro of the second 2 players. He's already in seat 1, and I'm clearly not a threat. I'm like hellbent at this point, pretty much. So I'm trusting those pilots 3 and 4 to not let Kinnan win in 2 turns, and there's a Torpor in play just to kind of slow it down. I think it's fine. Maybe that's too much. I'm unusually comfortable with that game state. That's not a big deal. Like they should be playing some sort of interaction. If they're all just trying to like race each other, then yeah, you're right. We could just be screwed. At least Torpor provides some
most of the
speed.
Kinnan lists are like not turbo lists, right? So like, you could probably get away with that. They can win out of nowhere, like regardless. But yeah, you could get away with the Ancient Tomb, Liquid Metal, and then Magda plus Torpor Orb for turn 2, and then be Hellbent, and then hope that like you can stabilize in the next 3 turns.
We're hellbent with 4 mana in play, which is like
It's
that's a
still
lot of mana.
it's still pretty good.
All right, is there anyone else chilling in chat that So I want to look. I want to catch up with the chat because I've been down in the Mulligan chat real quick. Okay, yeah, no, everything makes sense there. Does anyone else want to like run their deck through the Mulligan chat? I don't see anyone using the Mulligan bot over much. I can certainly do mine.
And that was Oni's deck, to be clear. I don't play Maze at the moment.
I don't like
I
Maze.
don't play Maze either.
I'll just make a new pod real quick for me.
Dude, when Maze is good, it's so good. But
And
then
when it's not, you're just like, why is this card in my deck?
it takes a land drop and it doesn't make mana. It's so unfair.
It puts it like, it's funny because I was talking with some friends locally about it, and they're just like, just take it out and add something better. Like, you're already technically on, 28 lands because of this. Just go to 28 lands and add in either extra interaction or something, because clearly you have enough mana with that much mana base, or that type of mana base, so just go for it. It's like, that makes sense.
It's definitely not a land slot, that's for sure. I like
No.
when considering a slot option.
It's only a land with fucking Magus of the Moon.
And at that point,
Or Blood Moon.
so this is okay.
Sure, but there's too much
Too much
land.
mana.
Like, you can go like turn 1 Mana Crypt into Magda, and then we have
And Hearse.
and Hearse.
Yeah, Mana Crypt into Soul Ring into Magda, and Hearse, I think. Right? No, am I wrong? No,
I mean,
you're
Mana
right.
Crypt, you use one, and then you have two available plus a red, so Magda, and then you have one floating. So
Oh,
no.
you're right. You're right. Yep, yep, yep.
But then you have Unlicensed, Hearse, and Mirror on the second turn. So, I mean, that's fine, but you need to draw a dwarf.
Yeah, otherwise this hand is way too slow. So I'm gonna mull again, I think.
I would have kept it for sure.
I would keep it too, but it's one of those things where you can either fuck yourself really hard, or it can just win you the game because you already have Mirror.
Like in that hand, we're heavily relying on Hearst to slow them down. But yeah.
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 But if there's no fetch lands on the first, like, 2 turns, then you end up kind of not having the beats to really do it.
All right.
You're still deterring reach lines and stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You do have and Timnachrom, that's their primary.
There are 2 Timnachrom.
And Sisay, it's actually pretty good too because of if you can hate on Tybar stuff.
I also do like Command
right?
Beacon
I think it's a great card.
because Timnachrom have been adding in Drake again.
Yep.
So.
No, it's Beacon, not
Oh, fuck.
Ooh, I don't know if we keep this one, buddy. I think I just throw that one in the trash.
I mean, you already have your artifact dwarf as long as you get a dwarf.
I mean, to be fair, all those decks are really fucking slow, so...
Sisay's not super slow.
No, sorry, I'm not talking about mine now. I'm looking at no, my hand. I think we keep this, and I'm just looking at what Rob's mulling to right now.
Oh.
I'll pull it up in a second. Give me 1 second, and I'll throw it up there. This is current mull. So he's got Sign of Halaster, Zelix, slow as shit. Bruise and Thrasios, pretty slow. Halden and Paco, pretty slow. So going like this is not terrible. Question on Damping Sphere for Paco and Halden. Is it does Damping Sphere tax free spells?
Yes.
That's not bad against Paco and Halden then.
I mean, Mana Crypt into Springleaf Drum. So Mana Crypt, Mountain, Springleaf Drum, and you can either go Magda or Bloodfire Dwarf. And then you have Engineer ETB, and depending on what you have in your deck, you're either getting Stax to slow them down, or you are...
I think you just get cursed.
Whatever.
I think you just get cursed mirror just so you're not telegraphing.
Sure, but
you're gonna have extra red next. You're gonna have extra red on your turn because you're gonna have Springleaf, so you can still use it on the next turn and then do it again.
Yeah, you can do that, but I don't know. There's only so many things in Paco and Halden that we would actually be able to do anything with, and then you're kind of hoping that Dawnwaker just plays backside.
No. Curse Mirror is for Engineer, so you can get what Stax piece you actually want. So you're not telegraphing your Stax piece. That's the line with Engineer is you Cursed Mirror your own Engineer, tap it immediately to get the Stax piece that you actually want.
And then swap it immediately.
Exactly.
Interesting.
So people can't play around the Null Rod that's now in your graveyard, that's now on the field, or people can't really, prepare for the 3-ball or the Tangle Wire especially. If I have a double Engineer, I'm probably going for Tangle Wire.
If it's in the deck.
Well,
a lot of us are not on it.
I know you guys aren't on it, but like this is one of the situations where Engineer is a 2-turn wait on Tangle Wire, and it's pretty good. But anyway, I think this is a fairly keepable hand.
Yeah, I'd keep that.
Oh, I should keep mine. Anyone else that's want to look at their deck?
I think that a lot of the decks are close enough in like their card pool that you just kind of need to pick a deck and just jam it and just keep going through things, as opposed to like
Asking people if they want something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's better just to get reps rather than specific to one deck or another, because you know we are usually like 15 cards away from one another, and
Yeah.
sometimes it can matter, but in a lot of times it's just the basic premise of what you're looking for to start matters more.
All right, I'm looking at Itzchy's right
Snap
now. What?
I would probably snap keep this on the
Oh yeah.
like the fact that you have Artifact Dwarf, you have a turn 1 Dwarf, you just need to draw a land or an artifact source of mana, and you already have your vehicle, you have Graveyard Hate, you have Tangle Wire to slow things down, and then you also have Zoyowa's Justice to deal with Niv Mizzet or whatever the hell Rocco puts out on their tutors.
Yeah, you draw a land and you're pretty fucking set. Yeah, I think so. I think I agree.
Well, you have to think about land or mana source totals. So, like, we're above 30 in most decks.
Yeah.
Total land / mana source. So you have a 1 in 3. So in the next 2 turns, if you don't have one, like, you just got fucked.
Yeah, and you still have a Galvanic to speed bump somebody if you're worried about someone popping off. 2 damage is enough to do a lot of work.
Yeah, it can. Can slow down the Rocco or the Dargo Thrasios with their whatever. But the problem with this pod in general is just Niv. Like, Niv can just shut us down completely.
Yep, Niv can shut us down completely, and so you have to, I don't know, kill Generator Servant or something. I don't know. No, they don't run Generator Servant because it's colorless, isn't it? It's not red. I'm just trying to see what ways in which our Galvanic Blast, if we're hosed, like interacts with his ability to generate mana. I don't think there really is. Oh, the command works in event chat. That's funny. Can we? Oh, have people been doing it there? That's actually really great.
No, people have not been doing it there, but
Well, he just did. Yeah, cool.
I mean, he just did, but
Yeah. So
I would keep this entirely based on Mog Salvage because Rogsai is in seat 1. And you also have Malcolm Vile Smasher after you. You already have a Flywheel Racer, you have Mutavault, which turns into a Dwarf, you have technically 3 mana sources. So Gloin comes in, then you go Magda. It's a little bit slow, but outside of needing interaction for Rogsai early, I think it's fine.
Yeah. But you don't have a mountain.
That's true.
Yeah, I might ship this.
This is also another reason why I'm off Mog Salvage and I'm on Raise now. Because there's too many situations where, even
You
though
don't
it's
have
free, you just don't have it.
3 mana is too much for a Shatter. It is crippling when you have to pay for it like that.
Yeah, just don't do that. just have the mountain. This is pretty good for.
This is a good hand.
Yeah, if only because of Imprecator.
I mean, you'd probably have to put Simeon under Glittering, so that you can save Red Blast for interaction immediately for the Rogsai's turn.
Yep.
And then you have Holdout Settlement, Command Beacon, and Imp Recruiter to go get your Dockside.
Yeah, Dockside
immediately.
for sure.
It's like pretend to be control.
Uh-huh. I think you have to.
You could also turn 1 Magda if you want as well for yourself.
Well, the cool thing is you can hold up gemstones and also get a turn
And
1
then-
Magda.
Yeah.
Because you're in your second seat, so you're waiting for them to drop their fish and you can kill it. Because Malcolm's always going to have the goddamn Jeweled Lotus and is going to feed the hell out of turn 1 fish or Ristic.
I don't know why it is with Malcolm always having Jeweled Lotus.
It's a meme.
It's like, no, I know, but it's happened in almost all of my games as well that I've played against like Malcolm Kedis, because we have a Malcolm Kedis player locally.
Yeah.
And every time that I'm also in a pod with like Nib Mizzet, he's like, I fucking hate you. I wish this was me every game.
Oh. PM it to me, Rob. You can send it to everybody. I don't care. I'm not.
Is it foil though?
How is it relevant? That's funny. Are we happy with our mulls? Do we want to continue doing mulls, or do we want to move on to deck doctoring? It's 12:45.
I don't know how long this is supposed to go, so
However long it needs to. I mean, like we
I'm
still...
available until 3:00. So
Okay. Well, let's try to get you one game at least. So let's press on to the deck.
I'm actually going to be playing today, so I'll probably skip out on games.
Oh, okay, that's fine then. Then we'll no
Preserve
worries
your
there.
brain.
Yeah. So so what I was gonna say was I have these Mulligan priorities. This is how I feel about it. And this was just generalized because there's a lot of unfortunately there's too many variables for you to just like drop truthisms on mulligans, right?
The deck has so many like pivot points as to like where we can go,
Yeah.
or like what you need based on your pod, that that's the best that you can say is like, yeah, early dwarf, early Magda, early Stax piece. If you have fast mana, good. Stack interactions, good depending on your pod.
Yeah, and at that point, how useful is that information? I just wanted to have a slide on it.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of similar as every deck, but there's a reason for that.
Yep.
And you're mono red, so you really can't go to like 4 comfortably, like Sho was
Yeah.
saying earlier. You can, it's gonna hurt.
Yep.
I won a game on 4, and I don't think it'll happen again. So
Yeah, I won a game on 2 one time.
yeah.
It's really pod dependent, and I
Yeah.
win a lot of games from the underdog position. I'm telling you, like going to Hellbent and then slowly working your way up is not an impossible feat. It just requires an obnoxious amount of table talk, and you have to have opponents that are willing to interact with each other. I guess capable and willing of interacting with each other.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the issue. I just lost a game this morning. I pre-gamed our Dwarf Day a little bit playing Osgear, and someone had the answer to someone who was definitely going to silence in their turn and decided not to. And I guess they had it. I find that a little frustrating, sitting in the at the seat that can't answer. Yeah, let's talk about the list. If you wanna, you can post it in here. It's also okay. But generally, I want people to be utilizing that forum, so you can have like long-term discussions about your deck, like later.
And ping people, please. Don't be shy to ping. Preferably like only one mod, but don't be shy to ping mod.
We have the tutor role.
Yes, the Dwarven recruiters.
Yeah,
you can ping them every time if you'd like to. They're literally volunteered for that position, and then don't be afraid to ping like maybe 1 or maybe 2 mods. But pinging people, especially the mods and the recruiters, is 100% acceptable. There are so many that go up, and we're busy. I think that we all try to give a glance at them, but it's just hard to get to them all.
Yeah,
so.
if you give us a ping, we will have a little notification next to it, and that's useful for us. Yeah, no, absolutely. Mine's in there too. I can't see it because it hasn't been posted on, so bump it to the top. No, don't do it like. I mean, you can do it like that. That's also okay. But like, if you ping, if you no, if you bump the deck list now that yeah, there you go. Thank you. And make sure you have the list like in the ping at the bottom, so we don't scroll up to the top.
Or pin it. I don't know. Maybe you guys can't.
I don't think they can pin and.
No.
Yeah, it's hard to do managed. All right, so make this a little bit easier. We're going to sort by visual grid. View by visual grid. Makes life a little bit easier. Don't know why I'm looking at a comedian video. There it is. Okay. All right. There are a lot of fancy buttons. So, let's talk about things that I like to look at things that I think obviously shouldn't be here before I talk about cards that I want to add, because I think there's some cards that are irrespective of whether you're what archetype you're in. Some cards just are super suboptimal. Dwarven Blastbinder is one of those. Unfortunately, God, would I love it to be good enough. But even though this format's slowed down a tiny bit, we're not in Dwarven Blastbinder territory. We can
play that card.
I know you do. I know, buddy. I know.
Koibito is the land destruction stand.
Yeah, I tried it. I hated it so much that I haven't tried it again.
You have to be willing to totally change your playstyle to land destruction, and it's kind of pod dependent, but it can be valid for sure.
It can. No, for sure. Trying to see if there's any other cards that I don't love. I think Lattice is cope.
Gustavo plays with it for 3.
I know.
I don't like Lattice either myself.
I think the likely
I
so
think
here
it's too gimmicky.
it's a one card search if you have Karn, which is fine. But can you keep Karn alive? Can you do it? Are you playing against Blue Farm? No, you can't. You can't. There you go. That's that's the end of your decision tree. You can't keep Karn alive.
I think we can respect Microsynth in a similar way to the way we respect Maskwood Nexus, in that it can turn our dwarves into artifact dwarves for a clock combo. So it can serve as half a clock combo, the same way Maskwood can turn a vehicle into an artifact dwarf for a clock combo.
True.
It also costs 6 mana.
Yeah.
From hand, it's going to be difficult.
No argument there. Just pointing out that it does have an alternate playability, that it can serve as half of our primary win con.
That is absolutely true. But if you're going to do Mycosynth, are we on Mana Vault? That's good. If you're not on Mishra's, I'd consider it. You are beautiful. I mean, yeah, I don't hate this list. I don't think you need that many alternate win cons. I don't think you need.
Bye Academy Manufacturer. Bye.
Yeah, where are they? Are they in there? Yeah, get her out of here. Throw her out. Sorry, you don't need that card. It's bad now. It was always bad, but we had hope. Now we don't.
Well, I don't think it was always bad. Roaming Throne just makes it pretty relevant. Like, Roaming Throne does all the same jobs but better.
So I would argue that it's always been bad because of the relevance of Dockside and not being able to get rid of clues and food, which means that it's a tutor target only to end your combos. So if you already are on Zorn and Maskwood Nexus, unless these things have been removed from your deck already, Academy Manufacturer didn't really do much for you. Outside of like the 3 a.m., 4 a.m. combos,
Christmas Land.
Were definitely Magical Christmas Land. I did them like twice, and I felt like a god, and then realized that it was like
that'll never happen again.
I mean, I did Wandering Archaic. I'm hit and miss on.
Yeah,
it's one of those cards that any monocolor list can run, and it's very potent in like stuff like Kinnan and all that stuff. And it's a decent way early game somehow if you do have your Mana Vault and an Ancient Tomb or something to go like, hey, turn 2 Wandering Archaic. Oh, you don't have the mana to stop me from copying your Vamp Tutor? Cool.
And every counter spell played from now on.
And every counter spell played from now on. So like it's one of those cards that depending on the situation is very strong, but it's not always where you want your deck to be going either.
Yep. So I just wanted to answer Jayrome's question about how to win with Elixir Loops without clues. You literally just need the One Ring and a burn spell and Sculpting Steel. Like, that's it. You
need a draw outlet, which could be the One Ring.
Yeah.
It could be Soul Guide Lantern or anything else. There are a lot of draw outlets that are pretty playable.
Almost everyone runs the One Ring, so I try to use the auto includes when discussing that.
I don't feel like...
What are we... Elixir for what?
Well, how does the elixir loop work without clues? And you don't need clues. You don't need to draw with clues. You need to draw with the One Ring. You make a copy of. Oh yeah, so you make you draw all you need until the next draw would draw you out, and then you bring out a Sculpting Steel copy of the One Ring, sacking the original one. And then you elixir them both back into the library. You do it again, basically, until you before you elixir back in. You keep untapping your One Ring until it's gonna draw you out again. You do it again until you have like 2 cards left in the deck, or no cards left in the deck, ideally. And then you shuffle just elixir and Twin Shot Sniper, for example, into your deck. You draw 1 card. You channel Twin Shot Sniper at your opponent. It goes to the graveyard. You grab. You use your elixir again. You have no cards in the library. You shuffle just elixir and Twin Shot Sniper back into your library. You keep doing that until everyone's dead.
Well, no, you have to continually always only draw 1 card from your ring, otherwise you'll deck yourself.
No, because you just Sculpting Steel to do it again.
Right, but you have to do the Sculpting Steel part of that loop every time. Because if you don't, then you'll draw 2 cards and then you die.
Yeah, but so I think it's 3 cards total, right? You have Sculpting Steel, Twin
You can
Shot.
also use Dwarven Scorcher as a way to sort of give you extra wiggle room since you can sacrifice it.
Yeah.
Withdraw Maskwood.
Yeah, if you're on Maskwood.
Yep. Which you should be, but
I don't know. See, I don't think it's fair to make any presumptions for
Sure.
cards like Maskwood or the One Ring, even for that matter.
Oh.
It's hard to. I get that it's hard to list. Every time we mention one of these cards, there's a
Sure.
net of other
yeah.
cards.
So
that share
a
relevance.
draw outlet, basically anything you continually draw with.
I think that there is a world where Maskwood is not required anymore.
Yeah, I agree.
But I also think that it is an enabler for too many things for us to just be like, yeah, we should probably remove it. Because like Koibito said, it makes our vehicles into artifact dwarves, and especially if you're on lists that are looking to try to win in one search, like playing this from hand, having a vehicle already out that you're making treasures with, and just being able to go, hey, I get to go get Clock of Omens now and win the game, is very strong. But also, especially if you're on Welder, having Welder loops with all sorts of things is a viable option as well. But it's better if you're on Apple, which this particular list is not.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I would say that being on Sphere and Thorn of Amethyst is probably meta dependent
Yep.
more than anything, but like that's up to you.
Well, it's a playstyle thing too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't find like I have that much excess mana that Sphere doesn't hurt me more. Like I don't feel like we're breaking parity.
Yeah, I don't think we break parity on Sphere. I think Thorn is okay, but considering like 40% of our deck is not, or like 45 to 50% of our deck actually, depending on how much interaction you're running, is non-creature.
Yep.
You also can kind of screw yourself with Thorn too. So it's like there are certain decks that needed to be slowed down, but Turbo isn't as prevalent. It might be fine to like keep them if you're going to tournaments so that you can get through Swiss a little bit easier just in case you're paired with like Rogsai or some other Turbo deck, but
at the top table you're going to be playing against Kinnan, and you're going to be playing against
Gem the Crown, most likely.
T and K, and you're going to be playing against Sisei. And I'm going to be honest, Sisei doesn't have to cast those planeswalkers. Most of the stuff she needs to care about is creatures. So Thorn of Amethyst is really just is feeding Kinnan and Sisei free wins a lot of the time. That's my take.
Yes, I do agree with that.
I think the asymmetry in Sphere and Thorn come with how many spells you expect to play in a game relative to your opponent. I think a lot of our opponents expect to resolve significantly more spells in a game than we do necessarily as mono red. But then again, I'm
Mono
also
red, we're
not.
almost on rule of law by ourselves. Like
That's like
Yeah.
what I'm saying. So spheres may be hitting us for 1 per turn, whereas anybody who's playing 2 to 3 spells per turn, especially on opponent's turn, are getting very fiercely taxed by this. But again, I'm not playing the One Ring. I'm kind of expecting this kind of, like you were calling it earlier, Drago playstyle from the Stax gameplay. So I think it goes back into gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
I'm surprised you're not on the One Ring, to be honest. What is your reasoning?
I don't think that a handful of cards significantly increase my odds of not losing.
I mean, it's
because
more
our
than a
cards
handful.
because our cards
Right.
are really bad at
Yeah.
stopping Stax wars and stuff like that.
Still have to cast them. Most of the cards, it's like it's a telegraphed way to draw a lot of threat and maybe find a solution in 3 turns. In my experience, it's drawn me more unreasonable aggression than it has actual answers to my problem. But again, that has to do with my deck composition as well.
Right.
I think One Ring is just good for extra gas. I think that even in mono red where our card quality is so low, extra gas is still gas, even if it's low quality gas.
I can understand what Koibito is saying, though, is like, it's the similar thing that we've talked about before, is like once we got Roaming Throne, it's hard to really tell your opponents, hey, I'm at 5 treasures, I'm not a threat, right? And it's similar to the One Ring where, like, once that's out, you are going to be, like, regardless of the deck that's playing it, that deck is now a threat because they have access to more tools than they did before.
I actually think that players have gotten better at looking at the One Ring as, being more context aware when it comes to the One Ring.
I mean, they've been forced to. It's not going anywhere.
Well, no, but yeah, sure. But I think over time, it's not just been like Ooga Booga brain turns off, One Ring bad. Like I think that the average cEDH player has gotten better at understanding that a hellbent Magda player who's going to draw 4 cards next turn isn't exactly the Ristic study having blue farm, right?
I mean, kind of. Because we could still draw to win the same way that Blue Farm could. We can't draw to win and protect it with the same percentage chance that Blue Farm most likely, but...
Right, but that's the thing. They don't have to blow up our board to do, or they don't have to utilize like a very versatile removal spell on us reactively because we could draw cards, right?
So I guess, in short, if I'm going to pay 4 mana for something from hand, I want it to be able to right now have an impact that significantly slows down my opponents or gives me some foot in the game. Being able to draw, especially with my average CMC probably higher than the average Magda pilot, I don't think that being able to draw 5 cards or 4 cards over the next 2 turns is going to give me the same realistic tempo advantage or a way to keep up.
That's fair.
Uba Mask is going to impact the game right now.
That's true.
The One Ring in 3 turns is going to give me cards that are going to take another 2 to 3 turns to deploy.
That's fair. And that's the card I think I'm pretty mid on right now is Ragavan. I don't think he's good enough.
I don't like it personally, but
yeah, Jayrome, if you're still there and paying attention to us now that we've finished waxing poetic, I think the cards that I would cut out of your list right now, Academy Manufacturer automatically. Ragavan's a probable because ultimately I just don't think we are in such a creature dense value engine mid-range hellscape, and I say hellscape just because that's what everyone says. I actually don't care. And Wandering Archaic, bluntly, I think the day you draw Wandering Archaic and Mishra's is the day you kick Wandering Archaic out of your deck.
Yeah, I've only been on that guy for 2 weeks and I've loved him. Wandering Archaic has been an MVP for me in testing.
Okay. That's so I guess we're I mean
that's actually one of the cards I planned on testing next as well myself.
I mean, is it better than Galleon?
But yeah,
because this at least gives you the opportunity to have interaction to stop players when they're not in a mana rich state. So there's so many decks that get to the point where sure they have a protected win, but they don't have a protected win through Wandering Archaic. and then it kind of slows the game down to the point where like everyone is questioning, do I go for this? Because either A, they have to worry about it being copied, and if it's copied, then, well, does the opponent have double counter spells to stop the Magda from using whatever this is as well?
It was counter spells and two extra mana.
Yeah, whether or not it's worth it once it's in play is no question. That card is a powerhouse, especially since we already have some stacks that kind of support it. Getting it into play consistently is what is its weaker.
Honestly,
when Cannon gets that card on the field, he basically wins the game.
It's fair.
Like that and like Void Winnower and some other things like, you know, when those cards come into play, like there's just nothing that a majority of decks can do.
Yeah. What is he missing? Let me look at my list real quick. I think Plundering is a really good card that people should play more.
Plundering is MVP dwarf. I think it's the best dwarf in the deck.
It's close, yeah. It's for sure. I think you should have another piece of removal, probably stack removal, or like you got Pyro and RA Reb. Okay, maybe Mog. I know Mog is a little bit iffy. Probably
I would probably like Raise a lot, like in my testing. I've only tested it in like 20 games so far, but I agree now with Koibito that the card is very underrated because it's 1 mana remove artifact, and it's also 1 mana +2/+2 so that you deal with the Bowmasters, like trying to kill your Magda, or you deal with, you know, a situation where the opponent's like, I can get in for free, and then you're just like, I block. And then they're like, oh, well, I got greedy with my Tim the Trigger and lose my Drannith Magistrate now.
Yep.
It's not quite that universal, but it's pretty good. I think the +2/+2 is only for attacking creatures, if I recall.
What card are we talking about?
Raise the Effigy.
Oh, yeah. So I'll say that Academy Manufacturer is out. Ragavan should probably go. Dwarven Blast Miner is very deck dependent. I don't think you're there.
Yeah, I would say that. Like, I don't think Blast Miner is an automatically bad card, but if you're not ready to make land destruction your plan when you find those cards and you sit down at the table, then it's probably not good. Like, you can't just, like, occasionally pick off a land or two and be profitable. I find that the land destruction strategies, like, you have to identify the player who is going to win in late game if unchecked, and you just mercilessly attack their mana base every turn with as many opportunities as possible, and then it becomes a really, 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 really good strategy. But unless you have the deck ability to do that, it's tricky. It's not as good.
You also need to be on like Crucible of Worlds and all of the destruction lands that are worthwhile running.
Yeah, that's
four. It costs a lot of slots to do that.
It does, and I'm doing a bad example trying not to. Like I in my paper version, I've added, because there's two of these guys, right? Like there's this guy and the miner. Yeah. And I'm playing both of them in paper. I think my online list irresponsibly only lists one of them. I think that they should be played together or neither.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree with that.
So also I think Cloudstone is a bit. I mean, I get it. I understand if you have a vehicle, it can get you an extra 2 treasures per turn. That's nice. It costs 3 mana. It costs 3 mana, and you can't necessarily tutor the thing that it combos with, right?
I've had nothing but good experiences so far with Cloudstone Curio, personally, when I've added it for this league that I've been in.
Okay.
Because there's so many times where, like you said, it just makes those extra treasures. And then because we do have our 1-drops, like, if you're on those cards that are going to turn you into a 5-mana Dockside, like, well, you have your Imperial Recruiter in the Dockside, you have your Matron in the Dockside, and then Cloudstone is just nuts. But if you're not on Matron as well, Cloudstone is a little bit worse because you have less chances to actually like just blow it out. And there are a lot of decks that still do run stuff like Cloudstone, because even though there are many interaction points, there's just, either you have it or you don't.
Yeah, that's fair. No one should run Gamble. Don't do that. Friends don't let friends run Gamble.
The only time I would run Gamble is specifically if you are in a budget list and you need access to something in your meta early.
Or you're playing a
Because-
significantly modified list.
Right, but the other reason for that is because there's so many other artifacts that like some lists run that put you down cards in hand, and I don't think that's as big of an issue if Gamble is the only card in your deck doing that. But as soon as you have like Mox Diamond and all this other stuff that like does that, if you get Gamble early, which is when it's usually the best, and you also have anything that also takes stuff out of hand, you're making your Gamble a little bit better, but you're making your game start a lot worse in most situations.
Sure. I don't think you should necessarily cut Lattice, but you should basically replace it with Nexus when it comes out. That's my take.
Well, so it's if I to some general deck design, right? Like just for a second, I want to talk about deck design philosophy instead of these specific card slots.
Sure.
I would say it's more important to build your deck deliberately and then to try it out and then to modify it based on how you're finding the cards play. There are so many versions of this deck that have been very successful that have found that they like there's so much codependence and synergy between the cards. They kind of come in groups. I think that you're better off as a pilot choosing that you like this strategy looks kind of sus, but I want to give it a shot. Deliberately choose that, acknowledge that, give it a shot, test it out, be honest with your games and see how they're going, and be ready to modify them. Admit that that idea sucked, admit that that idea is doing better than you thought, and make changes accordingly. So with that in mind, like I don't think that Lattice is bad. I think that it's just like Maskwood in the sense that it requires like all of these cards slightly increase in value with other cards, right? Like Mirror the Forebears, I read a little bit last night. If you're playing Elixir in your deck, Mirror the Forebears can be crucial because it can help you move from infinite tap treasures to infinite untapped treasures. And it can give you lines through Graph Cage if you're playing Graph Cage. Like Mirror the Forebears scales up and down in value quite a bit on whether or not you're playing Elixir and Graph Cage. And I think that so many of the cards in our deck are like that, and maybe just getting reps in will tell you the same thing. Like Gustavo playing Lattice in his main deck was also playing Vandal Blast in his main deck. That's pretty unique. Not a lot of us play Vandal Blast. I think a lot of Gustavo's deck design, one of the big takeaways I had is that he has a lot of cards where it's like each card is half of a combo in a number of words, right? Like Cloudstone, if he draws the Dockside or a way to get the Dockside, he could search the Cloudstone and have a win. If he draws the V-Blast or the Karn, he could search the Lattice and have a win.
Yep.
If he can get half of any one of these numbers of lines, then he can search the other half and be there. And those deck designs are pretty good because they're more frequently asking questions as opposed to trying to answer questions. Like my list is far more like I'm trying to answer questions, right?
Same.
Like I feel like my opponents are all trying to say, can I win now? And I'm trying to say, you can't win now as long as XYZ. Alternatively, if you'd rather be proactive, playing those kinds of cards can contribute to that kind of a play style. But overall, be deliberate about that. Ask yourself as a pilot, do I want to be the player who's trying to play a win on turn 3 or turn 4? Or am I the pilot who's trying to deter players from winning on turns 2, 3, 4, 5, and then stretching for a 6 or 7 win? It's a very different playstyle when you switch between them. And I think that playstyle difference goes entirely into the inclusion of things like land destruction dwarves or sphere of resistance and things like that. Sorry for the brief monologue, but it's
good.
This is actually like I don't know if you would be up for it, but like it would be interesting for maybe you, Drew, and I to do a pseudo podcast talking about this topic specifically, because I think it's especially important with our deck when you think about cards being grouped together as far as how their value is attached to the deck.
Yep.
Because like 100%. You're saying,
100%.
like when you're playing these land destruction stuff, you need to be on the whole package. You need to be like on these 7 cards. Whereas, a single card like Wandering Archaic, you can argue left or right depending on how you view the card, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, arguing for Lattice requires you to be like Koibito said, hey, are you on Vandal Blast? Cool. That's a 2-card interaction. Are you also on Karn? Cool. That's a 2-card interaction. Are you, on this? Are you on this? like what value does it give you outside of just like this magical Christmas land? And how many like quote unquote magical Christmas lands are there where that can actually come up?
Yeah, I'd be down. Sure, anytime. Let me know.
Yeah, we should do this. Yeah, I'm in. Um, Open Hands podcast. Right?
I mean, I also think that it would be it's a good concept as well for general cEDH.
Yeah.
So it might also get some extra eyes on the Magda community as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So is there anyone else that wants to do some deck checking?
I've been thinking a lot about, especially one of the things we've been, and if we have a deck check, let me know. I'm tapped. But as we've had a lot of discussion in the mid-range stacks over the last month about the inclusion of cards like Winter Orb and Tangle Wire and Sphere of Resistance. And again, as for my playstyle, I think that they're crucial. And the biggest identifier I have found is like when you get to 5 treasures, be it 4 in play and you can crew to go to 5, or you actually have 5 sitting. When you're at that line of theoretically I have 5 treasures, do you immediately search a proactive answer for the table to slow them down, or is your preference to survive one more turn hopefully and then sprint for a win yourself? And I find, again, maybe I'm over-respecting my opponents, but 9 out of 10 times, I would so much rather search that GPS. And all those cards, Tangle Wire, Winter Orb, Sphere, Thorn, they climb. They climb immediately, drastically in value if there's a GPS in play. It's because it takes the soft stacks, and when you stack them up, they become too hard for players to interact at all.
Yep.
But if you're not willing to search GPS with your 5 treasures, the second you have 5 treasures, that Sphere, like they were discussing, it's maybe not gonna. It's gonna be almost more like a king making scenario where you're giving Kinnan the crown, where Rogside just can't play through it.
Right. That's one of the situations where you just like kind of cry because your hand is a little bit too slanted towards one player.
That is also one of like the polarizing things about Kinnan, right? Is when he's in the pod, your decision making has to change a lot because he is more resilient through a lot of the types of like soft stacks, as you'd put it, than other pilot or other commanders are. So it really does put you in that situation where you're like, okay, maybe I am just handing the Kinnan player the game because of XYZ.
All right. So we got a new list from
This is a turbo list, it looks like.
Krixus. I don't know about that.
Anything with ACD to me reeks of turbo.
Yeah, but he's also running Scourge.
Yeah.
I think Scourge is not as bad as a lot of people do. My favorite thing about Scourge is that you have lines to win without clock when you're playing Scourge and Maskwood. They're not even like significantly slower. They're like a 1 turn slower. It's like instead of going Roaming Throne Clock Win, you go you have to have Maskwood, and then you go like Maskwood, Roaming Throne, Zorn, Roaming Throne, Zorn, Scourge, Win. And it's like literally just 1 turn slower, because the second you have like, if you've searched the Roaming Throne and then you find the Zorn what costs 5 and gives 4. So if you had 6 before that search, you've won in that moment.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
But again, I find a lot of value in clockless lines, especially ones that have cards that are independently playable. And Scourge, I think Scourge is kind of like a 5 to cast dude who kills a 1/1 when he comes into play. It's a safe way to think about it. It does ETB for damage on dragons, which is at least 1 as himself. So
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm not saying that he's great. He was kind of all over the place when I was testing him. He definitely depends on Maskwood Nexus. If you're not playing Maskwood Nexus, Scourge has no place in your deck.
Yeah. So yes, this definitely seems faster. I don't understand the like. I get the value dragons like combo well together, but this does feel like a slightly faster list. No, now I'm seeing interaction. I see transmog though, so that, yeah, no encoding.
And,
Yes, definitely. This is definitely a faster.
Cloudstone.
Yeah. So this is and Fable. Homeward, Mines of Moria, and Mines of Moria is a little bit oof, but
They're both kind of fancy.
yeah, I
Apple.
would,
Are you
yeah,
playing? Are they playing Elixir as well?
yeah,
So I'm a big fan of playing lots of different draws to win. Like if you're trying to increase your odds of winning the game by asking questions like, "Can I win now?" You can do this by running more Artifact Dwarf cards,
yep,
and by playing more combos such as Cloudstone Curio or
yeah,
other creative things. On the other hand, I don't think it's beneficial to our deck to run a huge diversity of cards that are only good after we have Infinite Treasures.
yeah.
And I feel like this is maybe walking that line a little bit. Like
Like
I
Memjar.
I don't think.
Can I interject here? So this is
Go ahead.
the exact reason why a lot of us got off of the Dragon package to begin with, was because there was too many of these decisions that were best after I've already comboed off. And if you're already on things like Twin Shot Sniper and a
Pyrite
way to
or
draw your
yeah,
deck, or like this deck isn't on Goblin Welder. So like a Goblin Welder has more baseline uses
yep,
than Bone Horde or Scourge might in regards to using your Twin Shot Sniper, your Elixir of Immortality, and sort of going towards that set of win conditions.
yep,
You don't need the extra stuff. Like if you're on Torpor Orb, you don't need Memory Jar. Because you kind of only need one answer for people trying to win with Thoracle. But at the same time, like this is trying to go up dwarves, like artifact dwarves a little bit, but at the same time, it's not going up enough to be on like the true turbo end of the spectrum,
yep,
where you're looking for just, like Koibito said, asking over and over and over again, can I win now? Can I win now? Can I win now?
There's some clarification that they're not on Torpor Orb either.
Yeah. So if they're not on Torpor Orb,
which they're not.
I think that Torpor Orb is a better overall card in the current meta, even though it shuts down some of the things that you have, like over Memory Jar specifically.
Yeah,
It shuts down Thoracle as an answer, but it also puts people in this weird situation where they're ETBing tapped treasures, so you get these windows of opportunity to win by, searching out a Cursed Mirror because they can't sack their treasures this turn
yep,
when they're going for these dockside stuff, and it shuts down dockside loops and all these other things. And it's similar to the fact that when you're playing Null Rod, it does the exact same thing where instead of making it so that they can't generate the treasures, you're now in this situation. Well, I should have said the Null Rod stuff is where Cursed Mirror is good. But when you have Torpor Orb to just shut things down, like you don't have to worry about the Dargo Thrasios player going and winning.
yep,
You don't have to worry about, any of these dockside loops that happen because the opponent is on a breach line. I was thinking about different things. It doesn't.
I think, like I said, I would be mindful as to how many things are only worth playing post Infinite, and I kind of leave that decision to you. And if I don't get me wrong, I love Memory Jar. I played it for a very long time, and it did a plethora of things for me when I was playing it. If you really like playing Memory Jar, I would recommend cleaning the list a little bit up by running a grinding station. I think grinding station Memory Jar is one of the cleanest, most concise ways to break through a lot of commonly played stack effects. If you're not afraid of Null Rod, because you're good at bolting oofs or shattering Null Rods or whatever reason, grinding station gets through Graph Cage, Grinding Station gets through Blind Obedience, as I recall. Grinding Station, Memory Jar is clean and then concise, and it can win games without needing like pretty much any other post win line like Apple or the Dragons or so on. So Grinding Station, it's actually asking how Grinding Station works. Grinding Station works, it's like here, I'll post.
Yeah,
So Grinding Station is one of those cards where, like, to me, it also says, if you're on Mana Vault, also put in Breach.
Yeah, it does. It definitely has other synergies as well. So one of the cooler things about Grinding Station is that if there's a Graphicer's Cage in play, it can be a challenge to generate infinite untapped treasures, right? Now there's a long Rube line we can play if we're playing Elixir and Mirror Forebearers. There are a few different Rube lines. Debatable. There are a few different Rube lines that can do this. Grinding Station does it all by itself because whenever that, like, let's say you've got your Artifact Dwarf in play and your Clock of Omens, whenever that treasure comes into play, Grinding Station automatically untaps. That's its ability. Whenever an artifact comes into play, you may untap it. So if you tap Grinding Station and your Artifact Dwarf to activate Clock of Omens to untap your Artifact Dwarf, when the treasure comes into play, your Grinding Station untaps, and the Artifact Dwarf untaps because that's what your clock does. Yep. So this gives you infinite untapped treasures with Grinding Station, and at the same time, you can switch gears and start tapping the treasures to perform the loop without Grinding Station, and then grinding the treasures to mill your opponents. So Grinding Station can first give you a bridge or a gateway to infinite untapped treasures, and second, it can give you the kill con, quote unquote, and that you can mill all your opponents infinitely with it. So then after your opponents are milled, you can just find Memory Jar and activate it to kill them all in the face.
I mean, something to point out though is if it bridges, just is the mana important?
Not necessarily.
Right.
It's nice to have. I think the biggest advantage of making the infinite untapped treasures is it gives you the ability to infinitely react on top of them on the stack.
That's true.
It also has a lot of value in general with crew because you can make something, it will untap it, so you can use your treasures as a way to, like, force things into the graveyard if you already have, like, a Graph Cage out or something to, like, prevent players from, you know, using some of their important pieces. There are no non-infinite treasure win cons outside of something like
Idvara.
I mean, Maskwood Scourge is an non-infinite win con. It's like you have Maskwood or RT in play, you find the other, you search Zorn, and then each creature taps for 4. So you search Sculpting, and then each creature taps for 6. And then once each creature taps for 6, you search Scourge.
And then every creature in your deck.
Well, I mean, I would argue that that's pseudo-infinite treasures. Like, those lines are meant to generate enough treasures that you can just play out your deck, right? So even though it's not quote-unquote infinite, it's infinite in the way that it does the exact same thing that you might otherwise do from going infinite with having all that treasure, right, to begin with? Because then you're just setting up your line. But in the same vein, like, the only thing that Mono Red has really is, like, your Dualcaster Mage with Twin Flame or something. Like, that's something that some of us have been trying. And I will say
like
that,
Basalt Rings.
Yeah, and like Basalt Rings and stuff like that. But, like, that's something that some of us have been trying as well. And Dualcaster is not often used for the combo for me, but the pieces have done so much work that I'm tempted to just keep it because of how much value I get out of, like, Heat Shimmer specifically, more so than Twin Flame. So, like, keeping Heat Shimmer and keeping the 3 mana copy a spell isn't a bad thing to have as, like, a, you know, single interaction win off of if you have Maskwood Nexus in play, tutoring out your Toolcaster or whatever. So it's an interesting situation, but I still it's on the line of you kind of have to design your deck around being played like this.
Mm-hmm. Man, I kind of want to take a crowbar to my list now, but that's how it always is.
Yeah.
I mean, depends on how much you're playing it, right? You're on that Boros kick, so I'd wait.
Yeah.
I'd wait until you're Borosed out and are going to actually focus on like figuring out how you want to play the deck more consistently.
Yeah, well, also I'm playing Sulfum a lot too. It's getting better. So
Short rebuttal to what Sho was saying. Again, not that I'm trying to be argumentative. I think so. Like you were saying, like Nigh Infinite, like RT Zorn RT, right? Like if we get RT and Zorn together behind Maskwood, we can then find Sculpting Steel for RT. Now each creature makes 6 treasures, and then we find Curse Mirror for Zorn. Now each creature makes 9 treasures every time they tap. So that you're right in the sense that we can kind of throw our deck into play, but we're not. I'm trying to propose that we're not actually playing any other infinite mana dump outlets, right? Like if we're not playing any of the dragons that dump our mana, and we're not running Elixir, I don't think Elixir is an auto include per se. I think that Grinding Station kind of fights for the same deck slot. So if we don't have access to our Grinding Station, then we don't necessarily have infinite mana. We do have a finite amount of treasures here, and we kind of have to win the game with them.
Yeah, but if you're making 9 and you're able to ETB all of your creatures, depending on how many are already on board, even though that finite amount, like it still should get you there. Like
yeah, no, you're
And that's kind of real, depending on your list again. Like if you can search all of your deck into play and say go, you should be able to win the next turn. I would think. It depends on your list, of course, but
right.
like unless someone has infinite life, you're good, pretty much.
or unless your deck isn't playing any stacks. Like if you're just super low on stacks and you've cut like GPS spheres and Winter Orb, maybe putting your deck into play doesn't actually stop your opponents from winning. So it really depends on your list in the game
Yeah,
state.
but you can also stack trigger like. So how many creatures does this deck run? 30, right? Like if it takes 11 creatures to do 120 damage total, right? That means you still have you're getting 9 creatures. Oh, I mean like before you're able to just have like 9 treasures per creature. Is that what you're referring to, Koibito?
Yeah, and we don't even necessarily need to have 9 creatures.
No, I'm not saying 9.
But that's like I like assuming that you're not playing Mirror Forebears. Like I think it's safe. I safely assume that everyone's playing Sculpting Steel and Curse Mirror. I don't know if people are playing more clones than that. And if you're playing Sculpting Steel and Curse Mirror, then you can get RT Zorn into play. At which point taps earn 9 treasures per tap, I think.
Yep. And like as long as they don't interact at that point, you're in the clear. But at that point, they should have already interacted if they had it.
But like, I would argue that stuff like Ancient Copper Dragon and Roaming Throne fill a similar void, where like you need a very specific board state for Roaming Throne not to potentially win you the game
Yeah.
in the same slot that you would be, end of turn
ACDing, yeah.
ACDing, and then praying for the 50-50. So like, it's important if like you have an abysmal board state with no way to tap and all that stuff. But like, that's why I say it's a turbo card, is because it's only good in those specific board states where like you're just swinging for the fences and they somehow don't have enough stuff to deal with you for a couple turns, and then you don't have a safe tap outlet once Roaming Throne comes in. When they know that you're going to win the game, they'll start like, yeah, I don't know.
I don't.
Koibito played this card, so he would be more apt to be able to speak on it than us.
I think it's too slow for this kind of build, bluntly.
The Bone Hoarder?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing I would say about the build too, is that like I see a lot of cards in this build that are like, I want to win Now, can you stop me? Examples are Imperial Recruiter and Goblin Matron, right? These are very like, I'm going to go for it. Can you guys stop me or do I win? And then I see a lot of other cards that are pretty mid-rangey, like Bone Hoarder and Scourge. I think that there's kind of a conflict between those two
Yeah.
playstyles. I think that if you're trying to ask questions, can I win right now? You should be playing cards like, is he on Rite of Flame? Yeah.
Even most of the turbo decks have dropped Rite of Flame.
What, really?
Hmm.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yep.
Because it's counterable.
Yep. And it's a
Counter
rule,
spell
rule of
thrift.
law. Yeah.
It's rule of law, counter, and also in a lot of situations, I've seen that card get mental misstepped a lot.
Yep.
That's so rough.
Yeah, it is. It's like stifle the fetch tier.
Okay, so if 100% fairness, I haven't been following the turbo decks as aggressively for the last like 2 or 3 months. So if they've been modifying away from the more traditional kind of turbo red cards like Rite of Flame, I'm not sure what they're doing with their other deck slots. But it doesn't necessarily make sense to me to play like Bonehoard Drakusar is a mid-range card for sure, right? It doesn't slow our opponents down. It's not useful in turns 1, 2, 3. It is 100% a card value mid-range card. It blocks with first strike like a champ.
Yep.
So it's great at combats, and it gives this card advantage every turn. It's super good at mid-range, not good at the other parts of the game. So, in my opinion, mid-range cards do best when combined with Stax cards, because Stax cards will help us get to the mid-game, and the mid-range cards can help us win in the mid-game.
Yep.
The turbo cards don't necessarily help us get to the mid-game. So I get...
The turbo cards absolutely help you get to the mid game because they help you cast your stacks pieces on turn 1. Right, that's the thing.
Well, Goblin Matron doesn't do that. But so to be more specific, by turbo cards, I mean cards that are like that you're playing. Can I win if you let me this?
Oh, sure.
Resolve.
Gotcha.
Cloud Sun Curio, Goblin Matron.
Understood.
So this is a conversation I had with my friend the other day, and why I was like trying to figure out a card that I could cut, and I ended up cutting Goblin Matron. Because even though you do have access to, your Universal Automaton, your Welder, your Dockside, etc., it's extremely telegraphed as to what you're doing. Like, there's no way to not telegraph what you're doing, and if, you're playing against multiple people playing blue, there's a decent chance your Dockside's just going to get countered. And if it doesn't, it's the same sort of concept of, let them tutor what they're going to tutor, and then counter the next thing. Yep. Whereas Imperial Recruiter gets us basically whatever the hell we want. So, I can go and get my Magus of the Moon and be like, hey, now I get to hold the table hostage as to like when I'm going to play it.
Yep.
Like when you're playing 5 mana Dockside basically in Goblin Matron, like Koibito said, you're basically asking that question, okay, can I win now? Do you have the answer?
Yeah.
And that's very much a turbo thing to do, but sometimes I would also argue that you need enough of those questions in your deck, even if you want to be the one answering their questions, that sometimes you need to be able to ask your own.
Yeah, that's where you get into the like you don't necessarily want to be win conless white, right? Like win conless white believes that they can just stacks the board forever and just slow grind in the value. And I'm close to that mindset, but as mono red, I don't think that we can honestly, truthfully expect to guaranteed win the middle late game with the same confidence that some mono white pilots feel like they have. So
yeah,
we need to be ready to close the game. Like we want to win the game before turn 17 or something like that. Eventually, the mid-range deck should win.
Krixus, what I was saying is more along the lines of you need the reason to play Goblin Matron to ask that question, right? Because if you're not going Goblin Matron into Dockside in your current list, you're not on Welder, you're not on Engineer, you're not on these other creatures that will let you ask other questions of your opponent or make them think about different things.
Yep.
So, there are some times where I have gotten my Welder to set up a point where I can look to get rid of an important piece on my opponent's board. Like that is just giving them too much mana or whatever.
Yep.
Like they get a treasure, and I'm like, okay, cool. I'm trading your treasure for this other thing, and either force them to use their treasure, which they need for mana acceleration, or whatever. Like, Welder fits because it's also like a loop, and if you're already on Elixir, there are ways to generate infinite treasures with it, and there's ways
Yep.
to win the game with Maskwood with it. So it's like.
Yep.
The other thing is if you're on Cast Into the Fire, like it's 1 damage to 2 target creatures. There's a lot of 1-drops, but it's only really good at getting rid of dorks.
And yeah, Esper. And you don't really care about Esper.
And Esper.
You care about
Yeah, like
And Bowmaster and Ring, but yeah.
yeah, but like having answers to those things specifically for 2 mana when you can either play Mog Salvage or play Raise the Effigy, like those are either free or 1 mana. So it depends on what like your meta is like. If you have a lot of, Bowmaster, etc., then maybe Cast Into the Fire is worth it for you. But
I mean,
because
it gets
only
Kinnan, right? Like if Kinnan's
Kinnan,
playing
but it's-
Endurance.
1 of 2 target creatures, so you can't do 2 on the same target.
No, I was saying for the rings. Like if you're trying to exile Kinnan's win condition because they're playing Endurance, like if you raise their Basalt, they can Endurance and get it back in like 4 or 5. Depending on what their timeline is like, how into the game they are.
Yeah.
Whereas Cast Into Fire might be a harder answer against Kinnan.
That's true. Is Cast Into Fire Exile?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, that's different. Exile is a much better thing than Destroy.
I think it's exile for the artifact and damage to the creatures to be.
I could see it maybe. Yeah, exile target artifact is something that Red doesn't really have access to, so
Not that makes it an auto include. Just trying to be fair.
right. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's an auto include either. I'm just saying that is something that doesn't occur with anything else for the most part.
And well, I was saying earlier too that like to me, if you're playing mid-range cards, you probably couple them with Stax cards to get you into the middle range. That's what makes sense to me. Again, more importantly, I would say is that you're being deliberate as a deck builder and a pilot. It maybe honestly you're finding that playing a bunch of questions, hey, can I do this? And people are spending all their resources shutting you down, and you find yourself in the mid-range in the mid game a lot of the time without playing Stax. Who knows? If it works, it works. Don't let my prejudice against the playstyle hold you back from testing anything.
Welder can also be a way to generate infinite treasures with its own ability and Maskwood Nexus in combination with Sculpting Steel and Apple, and he's already on Apple.
Are you? Oh, the Apple combo.
Yep, the
Yep.
I break judges thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
I
I
wanna-
named my fucking deck for the tournament. I specifically went and won with the Apple loop with Welder just to piss off my local judge.
That's great. Beautiful.
Because someone did raise their hand and was like, does this actually work? And he's like, I fucking hate you, Shodokan.
That's great. That's fantastic. All right. So as far as like consensus on what needs to change this list, because I want to press on to the next list and probably the last list before we move on to like the last topic.
So can I interject before?
Yeah.
So this is the line of thinking, right? Apple loop usually for me is the fastest way to explain. I'm going to tutor tap loop and win with Elixir.
Yeah.
So having lines that are easier to explain does not always make them the better lines,
Mm-hmm.
right? So even though that is one of the easiest ways to explain a win, and it's actually one of the better ways to win because it does win with Welder and a couple other things, so there's multiple ways to go about it. But just keeping things simple would mean that we're looking to run Realm Scorcher Hellkite. We're looking to run, Skargan Hellkite instead.
Or
because,
the Fireweaver.
yeah, or Fireweaver, because all of those things are easier to explain, but it doesn't make them better or good when you're already on other lines.
Yep.
Because if you're on 3 other lines and you don't need these cards, yeah.
So that's actually really important. This is just like a how your deck appears at the table kind of thing. I think generally confusion about how you might win is useful to you, because I don't think people respect mono red. People respect Magda in the context of like, oh, she's got 5 treasures, she can win. But when you are assembling quote unquote bad cards like Welder and Ariats on the battlefield, and you have a Rube Goldberg in your pocket, right, that you can utilize to win the game, but it's not like, oh, they're 1 search away from Sculpting Steel and now they have it, right? That's when people that's when you get people with a less obvious line, right? And it doesn't matter if it takes longer to explain, because that's what judge calls are for, and they add time to the end for you. Right.
It's also something that you should think about is that the longer your thing takes to explain, the more that you get through your line and actually finish it before they can figure out that they needed to respond.
Mm-hmm. Because if they don't know the interaction points, and most people won't, they'll miss their window, right? Because you're telling them what you're going to do, and they're not in. You're not going to tell them, okay, this is my interaction point. You should interact here. You're telling them what's going to happen, right? And if they can't read the future because they don't understand your line, they're going to miss their window.
I will say that personally, as a player, because I come from fighting games, I will let them make the mistake, and then after the fact, I would be like, hey, that way that I won, if you had this type of interaction, you can do it here.
Yep.
Just because I don't want to win because I'm just abusing lack of knowledge. Like, that's just a personal thing. But that is a very important part of card games, though, so it
good.
Kind of fucks me sometimes.
It's good to win that way. It's not good to rely on those wins, right? Utilize them every time they happen. Don't making your opponents better at responding to your deck means that you're going to make your deck eventually a more foolproof version of itself, and it
will just make you a better pilot.
Exactly.
Because once they know, you can be like, okay, now I have to think about, does this actually make sense?
Mm-hmm.
One small thing to add to all of that, the brewers advantage, right? The idea that we're playing something they don't understand is a lot of what they've just been talking about.
Yep.
We can, as Magda pilots, we can almost perpetually ride that curve by just playing different win lines. So like this Scourge of Valkis Maskwood. The biggest advantage that I had when I was playing at that one tournament is people would assume that I was playing cards from the prior list. Mm-hmm. Like, someone would see me, they're like, oh, that's Magda. He's going to win with... then they would name a card. What was Sensei's Divining Top? And the second they say that, and I respond with, I don't play that card, boom, 100% Brewer's advantage in my pocket. Like, if you can dismantle their assumptions about you by just not playing the cards they think you're going to win with, like, look, honestly, we're probably going to be playing clock at this point. But if we don't have the win outs that they think we have, like if they think that we're playing dragons, we don't have a Hellkite dragon to win the game, maybe we can completely disrupt all of their accusations of our filthy power by just not playing the cards that they think we're playing.
Right.
Just explaining that.
I'm not an exceptional pilot. I'm probably a below average pilot. I still have a 30% win percentage with Magda on the cEDH server, because someone will say, great, and here's where you get the dragon. And I say, what dragon? Nobody runs dragons. Right, and you see their the brain short circuit, and then you proceed to win through an elixir rube, right? And you're just like, okay, here's my first one ring, here's my second one ring. I've now won. Congratulations, right? And that's a good reason for more pilots to run a variety of win cons to collectively strengthen the fog of war on our deck. It is the same reason that Sisay is finding so much success in more brewers exploring different lines, even suboptimal ones, because you do not know what that search on 3 is going to do. And that's really, really useful for the Sisei pilots. It's also very useful for us.
It's also one of those things where because you don't know, you're ideally just stopping them before they get to that particular point. You're like, I don't know what they're going to get. It's not going to be good. Let's just not let it happen.
Yeah, and that's where politics comes in, because that's where you have to really utilize your voice and really get comfortable saying, you, sir, are jumping at shadows. You know that this person has Born Upon the Wind. You know that this person has Necro. You know this person has Thoracle Consult. And yet you are pretending like you know a worse deck, or pretending like like there's some magical win con in this deck that's going to jump out and get you, when there are better decks at the table that can interact and protect themselves better, and you're burning your interaction now, I think you might want to take that card back, right? You can utilize that kind of line of reasoning to make people feel like, oh yeah, I probably am blowing my load way too early, trying to stop this here.
So also, this is an important thing to understand for some players is don't tap your fucking mana until you've said that you're going to play a card, because you can say that you're going to play a card, not tap the mana for it, and not play the card. You can't tap the mana and then just not do anything in a lot of cases.
Declaring the cast is the first step. And you can take it back up until that fucker has left the stack. Right, but you can't take back the mana utilization because it is a special action.
And it doesn't go on the stack until you pay for it.
Exactly. Failing to pay, I'm not sure if there's any in the IPG, right? Whether like continually declaring casts that you end up taking back, if that's a warning, or like on Sportsman, or whatever the IPG is going to give you for continually doing that.
I also think that that's why there needs to be an IPG for multiplayer, like they're intending to do, because like that's an important aspect of politicking in cEDH. And if they were like, yeah, you can't do that, then
stuff's going to change. People are going to have to get used to saying, I'm thinking about playing this spell. I'm not declaring a cast. What do you guys think about it? Right? That kind of language is going to have to change, right? But that you can still just do that. It's totally fine to just do that anyway, right?
Yeah, you can reveal any information you want.
Yeah, and that's useful because it's something very important for us Stax players. For you Stax newbies, it's very important to say to the player you are counting on being table police, do I close you off of playing the game if I do this, right? Because if you were just going to do it, you can just do it. You're not getting anyone by just playing out the card that you were already going to play, right? If you just reveal, I'm thinking about playing this Tanglewire. Is this going to let Rogsai win next turn? Do you have any interaction that's going to that I'm completely shutting off, right? And you of course are revealing information, and they can just fucking lie, but I think 4 to 5 times you want the other players to know, the player that you're counting on being table police, to know what you're going to do right before you do it, so you can have the choice not to. But that's more about how we play this deck politically and how you have to communicate with your co-players.
That would be another interesting quote-unquote podcast to talk about, like politicking with Magda, because it's also very different than some of the other decks in the format.
Oh yeah, a lot of Magda is about being very honest and useful at the table for helping people correctly identify threats, right? Whereas a lot of other decks are having to judo, right? Like your wounded satellite decks, right? Are trying to judo and boing flip that game that threat suspicion away from them, right? There's a reason that this server is called Project Open Hands, because usually honesty is our best policy with Magda, and making sure that other players that have resources aren't misusing them when interacting with things because we don't have the resources to police the table.
It's really funny because every time that I play open-handed, like Koibito has said, like to try, or I get to a point where like I'm not a threat and then I draw into being a threat, people are like, what the fuck? Like you just didn't have anything and then you just won the game. It's like, yeah, I showed you what I had, not what I was going to get. Like, people are also really stupid because they'll constantly be like, he's done this before where he showed that he's had nothing, and then he's either like gone and used Magda to like win the game or whatever. So it's like, it's very useful for people that aren't stupid, and then the people that just only remember when it goes your way immediately afterward, like, don't help.
Yeah, right.
They will try to politic to make sure that like nothing gets through.
Yeah, no, and that's the problem with Magda Krixus is that you gotta be more. You have to have a stronger force of will than your opponents are stupid, and that's a big problem. You have to be really clear, pleasant, and forward with advocating your game plan.
The best cEDH players are the best people at communication.
Yes. Like Ian and Wounded are like, and Max P are all incredible at it.
It's a really important skill for cEDH. I think I would love to do a chat like that just focuses on verbal playstyle and how we talk and manage the table. As a player who played like 10 years of competitive 60 card Magic before getting into cEDH, it's such a different thing, right? Like in 1v1 Magic, you come to the table hoping to destroy them utterly. You do everything you can to unnerve them. You're trying to almost just be the biggest jerk you can be while not breaking any rules, because this statistically has got the highest chance of like helping you win the game. So like when you beat people, like in 60 card Magic, when I would play opponents, my goal at the end of the game would like for them to be so upset that they like quit the game Magic the Gathering afterwards. And it would like in tournament Magic, it's just the way that players play. However, when you bring that kind of aura to a 4-player pod, they turn on you like wolves. You cannot sit down at the table and expect to behave like a bully and to not have your 3 opponents come at you. That was one of the hardest things to learn switching from 60 card tournament play to cEDH. And it's so crucial. You have to be willing to work with your opponents. They're your only prevention from Rogsai, essentially.
Yeah, you can't stonewall. You literally cannot. All right. So I want to. I'm making some mental notes for the future about all these topics. We should pocket some of this. It's useful resources. But I how do I pronounce your name, Itzchy? Is it like Itzchy? Is that right? Aaron, thank you. Oh yeah, Aaron. Duh. The memes in the fucking parentheses, and I've just never read it because it looks like a meme. Aaron Balake. So we're gonna look at your deck real quick, and then we're gonna call it on deck list, and we're gonna do it quickly. We're not gonna go into like 5 treaties on politics and deck building philosophy. Gotta keep this train on track. So cards that I immediately don't like, I think Realm Scorcher is unfortunately just not very useful to us anymore. I don't think we need it. I don't think it's there's not a whole lot of utility in having a clean win con anymore.
I mean, you can still play it as a mid-range value engine, but it's important to acknowledge that you're slotting a mid-range value engine in that slot instead of calling it a crucial to win combo piece.
Okay. Aaron has already acknowledged that it's just a time saver. Don't save time. Educate your co-players. It's important that they're not a dummy. Claim the Firstborn, I think I don't like it. I think it's a little
gimmicky. Be honest.
So Shoto, make your case in the same way that you made your case for Dead and Gone.
So basically, Claim the Firstborn, Dead and Gone, all these things, you are getting rid of something for one turn. And if you don't get to take advantage of that window entirely, you just potentially lose the game. And you being able to bounce a Dryneth is wonderful, or you being able to bounce a Bowmaster or whatever to win your game. But it's also like Dead and Gone was more mana intensive than Claim the Firstborn is, right? But
Yeah.
Claim the Firstborn also only does lower CMC things, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, 3 or less.
Three or less. Yeah, you're right.
3 or less CMC. So like, sure, it stops some specific things, but it's sorcery speed. So it's only on your turn. It's not instant.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to use this as a way to win the game specifically, and we have other ways that we can gain interaction to do so. I mean, this particular list is already on a lot of interaction, right?
I love
it's
this.
on Abrade, Bottle Cap, Deflecting SWAT,
Yeah.
Delayed. Like, this interaction suite is good.
Firstborn's like the 13th card, and you already have 14, right?
I think it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
I think that, like, other things just do what it does better, and especially if your mana base is on something that could do, like, Warping Wail instead, that card's better.
No,
Because
claiming Dead and Gone is better. I still don't think you play it.
I think it's not great.
So
I would say that the other thing about Claim is that you can pretty easily convert Claim into one treasure. So if you like to try to go for the win, you want to be the player asking the questions instead of answering them, Claim has versatility to go that direction. So that's kind of like a playstyle option.
so we got Uber.
You can untap your dwarf.
What was the other thing we said to remove?
Dragon.
Oh yeah. You have Elixir? Yeah, you got Elixir, so you got the thing. You got Twin Shot? Yeah, you got Twin Shot, so you're good. Yeah, you have what you need to win the game. That's good.
Is he on Welder?
He doesn't need Welder, but yes he is. Okay. I mean, I'd be an Engineer personally. I think you have Damping Sphere, you have Tangle Wire, you have Torpor Orb, you have Sculpting Steel, you have Graph's Cage, right? You have 5 Stax targets and then a number of other like value targets, like all the vehicles. And
So Greaves is another thing that I would remove.
yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Because
Go ahead.
haste Shroud means that we cannot use Magda as an artifact dwarf without removing Greaves to begin with, and if
Yep.
we remove Greaves, then we just lose.
Yep.
In that situation.
Yep.
So when you're protecting yourself, you need to be able to use your Liquimetal Torque or your Mirror of the Forebears or whatever to remove your Magda to begin with, and then you have to move to equip anyway. So
Yep.
like if you have to re-equip your Lightning Greaves, there's always going to be a point of interaction.
Yep.
It makes it weird.
Functionally useless, not technically useless, but functionally useless. You're giving them windows.
Yes, you give them windows. It does protect your commander, but if you're that worried about your commander dying that often, then just run more mana sources.
Yeah. Honestly, I would. We have Bottle Cap in here, right? Yeah. Honestly, if that's 3 cuts, I would probably go towards more like Staxy / mid-range cards that are good. I would, maybe try out Wandering. Maybe try out save a slot for Nexus of Becoming. And personally, I think Engineer is really good because you can also get Battered Golem.
There's no dockside.
There's the Dockside.
There is.
Yeah,
I
it's right
am
there.
blind. Wow.
Doc.
That art sucks. I hate it.
Oh, it's my favorite one.
You have bad taste.
That's fair. But yeah, no, I
like,
think
where is the dockside? I'm so confused.
I don't like the original one very much.
I like the original one better than anything.
I mean, I think they should just keep printing Dockside until it's $20. Um, but or less, honestly. Yeah, I mean, you can get Battered Golem. I like Engineer because Engineer is a tutor for Battered Golem because it can't be got with the other creature tutors, Matron and Imp. Right, so Engineer gets Battered Golem. That's not bad.
And you can also go Goblin Matron into Engineer.
Yeah, I mean, you tutor chains with this deck is really great.
Battered Golden lines also require Maskwood a lot of time, at which point Matron can find it, actually.
Oh yeah, that's true. If you can easily, yeah, so it makes it another creature. I might consider does he have what's the Plundering, right? Plundering's really good. I think not being on Plundering is kind of a mistake.
There's actually a lot more decks in the meta currently that are running Curse Totem, so not having more shatter effects is kind of potentially going to fuck you. Because if you're only on Zoyowa's Justice, Tybalt's Trickery as your main in a braid as your main ways of like dealing with it, well, you got Mog Salvage too, so.
Oh, he's still on Mox. Yeah, Jesus, you have so much. Like this is the reason I wanted to run. This is the kind of deck that wants to run Magmatic, but I think you guys are right. I think it's kind of mid. I want it to be good, but I think you're probably right. I'm gonna put Wandering instead. Yeah, no. So that's yeah, no. So I think you probably need Engineer. Probably want Plundering. Probably want either Nexus of Becoming or Wandering Archaic. They're both really great, like mid-rangey.
Well, Nexus isn't out yet, so
I know. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I would say test Wandering in that 6-mana slot, and see if it's beneficial to you. And if by the time comes when Thunder Junction comes out and it hasn't performed for you, just slot Nexus in. If it has, maybe find something else to cut, like I don't know, Wail. I think Wail's kind of mid.
This is another like point of contention as well. Well, Wail is mid, but
in this list specifically, like I love it in other decks. It's just that you often don't need the extra mana, and you're just doing it kinda for value.
No, I wouldn't try Basalt and Rings unless you're looking to like specifically make your deck function to like have that be an extra way that you want to like go. The other thing that I was going to say is like Pyrokinesis that's the card that gets removed next from my deck.
I've already removed it.
Yeah, it's same actually. It's just like you need the cards. Exactly, you need the cards in hand. Killing creatures isn't worth losing cards. Not at that ratio.
Yeah, but here's what I'll say. I just want to compare Wail to what's his face, Wandering for a moment. They're both effectively just card advantage cards. Card and mana advantage cards. But Wandering Archaic has the benefit of being a 4/4 and not being easily counterable, and occasionally being counter protection, right?
Yeah, Wandering Archaic, like Sho explained earlier, is like a cage they can't win through. Like if Wandering Archaic's in play, they are going to have a lot harder of a time storming through or playing a lot of common win lines.
Right, they're not going to be able to win through. It's a Stax piece that is also a value engine because I think that Wail is like much worse than Wandering Archaic in this case.
Wail's only good in Turbo, or if you have a lot of like stuff that's in the 5 to 6 CMC range.
Yeah.
Because like we said, we're not looking to play like 4 spells per turn outside of like the first 2 turns.
Yeah.
So it's win more in a sense, because also if you hit your clock with it and you exile it, then well, you better hope that you have a board state that can easily go for your Battered Golem line or whatever else. Yeah. Otherwise, you're just kind of screwed.
Also, I don't like high speed, but that's just me. I know a lot of people love high speed.
High speed hover bike?
Yeah.
I think it's really good. I think being able to
the Flash is the only the reason why I like it.
100% agree.
Yeah, it kind of it's kind of like a treasure generation tool that you can play end step and get people. That's nice.
Yep.
And it stops Winota attack occasionally, but we don't really worry about that anymore. Stops
I
Timna.
mean, I have 2 Inotas in my current meta. So.
Oh, then you're fine. Yeah, absolutely. Um, but yeah, no. So you have like 3 or 4 cuts you got, and you have your suggestions. Pyrokinesis
The
specifically.
stuff that we specifically said potentially to remove
Yeah.
is potentially J-Will, potentially Pyro. Definitely remove Lightning Greaves. Definitely remove Realm Scorcher, Hellkite.
And
Yeah, Pyrokinesis.
and Pyro, yeah.
And then claim the Firstborn is
Yeah.
up to you.
Yeah, Claim the Firstborn I think is
But you can get better choices of cards for that.
yeah. You have enough removal. I'm gonna be completely honest. You have enough removal. Like as the person that will add cards and fill this as a Keller Morph deck, you have enough removal.
I mean, if your meta calls for it, just replace Pyrokinesis with Pyroblast.
Or Raise the Effigy. Isn't that also another shatter?
Well, Pyroblast is not a...
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about
It's
artifact
Reb.
removal.
It's like
yeah.
Reb.
Yeah, no. I thought we were just talking about artifact removal.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I have not missed J-Will. I feel like I make enough mana. If you want mana, do you run Mishra's? Let me see. Yeah, he's on Mishra's. Or is he on Vault? Yeah, he's on Vault.
He's on Tanglewire still. What else is he on? He's on the One Ring.
Yeah, this seems pretty standard otherwise. Like like what I would consider standard and reasonable.
Mox Amber is one of those things that like some players really like it, but it's kind of mid depending on the situation. It doesn't help you recast your commander, so it just accelerates you through the mid game when you are turboing.
I think Amber is really useful for dual dwarf starts, and that's why I like it. I don't love it for like it can't be your only red source is the problem, and we kind of hate those, right?
Yeah.
Is he on Simeon? You could cut Simeon.
If you're getting off of that turbo sort of decision-making tree, then Simeon isn't worth the slot either.
Yeah, how many moxes is he? He's only on the...
we also said to put in Plundering Barbarian.
Plundering.
Because that gives you either a treasure for 3 mana it's 2 treasures for 3 mana if you have a tap outlet.
Yep.
And then it's a chance to remove your own Null Rod or whatever if you're running it, which I'm not sure if you are.
He's not on Null Rod. He's on Karn. I think Karn and Null Rod is real good. But I understand why people don't like Null Rod.
I understand why people don't like Null Rod, but Null Rod to me just reads my opponents are stupid and want to greed for Dockside anyway, and then I win the game.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, I love Karn and Null Rod. I think you have to be like, I'm just hoping for Saddle to be really good, bluntly. Like if we get like 2 good Saddlers at like 1 or 2 mana, I'm fucking in. I'm so fucking hype.
Getting a Dwarf Saddler?
There's not gonna be any dwarves on Thunder Junction. I think we're probably we've already seen like the majority of the like the aesthetic and peoples. Like there are the cactus folk, there are humans.
Maybe Magda shows up randomly. She is an outlaw.
She is an outlaw. It is in the name. My girl. Oh, maybe that means if she shows back up, she'll have dragons with her because that's the whole story, right? I'm taking time off plundering to raise some dragons. All right. I think we've got Aaron in a good spot, and let's go back to our little Maduger. We're most of the way through. I just wanted to talk about deck archetypes. Largely, I think that's something Shoto's mentioned much times. We even in a deck with as broad as Magda is, with a fucking card pool of like 270 cards, right? Like viable cards, we're probably up closer to like 150, but like or 180 somewhere in that. It still feels like the deck's core seem to be kind of like growing together as we get more auto includes. the flex slots have gotten a lot broader, but I feel like the number of flex spots is actually shrinking because we've gotten a lot of really, really good cards, and some cards have just become mainstays, right?
We're getting to the point where our lists are going to end up being like 10 cards away from one another, and the brewer's advantage is going to go down unless you specifically brew away from the meta cards that we're playing for a reason, which is kind of a weird situation to be in.
Yes, given
Maybe.
our... Good?
So maybe I see a lot of like the way that we're running these cards in clumps and sets. I don't think that Elixir's bad. I think it's viable. I think that there are a lot of really solid lists viable that don't run Elixir as well. And I kind of foresee like 5 or 7 different versions where we're like, yeah, this is a really solid build, and it's like 14, maybe 17 cards off of this version, where it's like, okay, you're playing the Elixir build versus you're playing the Maskwood build.
I compare Magda to Sisse pretty regularly when I talk to non-Magda pilots, because it's really important to think about these builds very contextually and very meta-dependently and player comfort level. There's probably a world where Shimmer Magda makes a decent amount of sense, right? Somewhere. It wasn't late last year, but like Born Upon a Magda is an archetype, right? And Land Destruction Magda is an archetype. Hard Stacks Magda is an archetype, and Turbo Magda is an archetype, and they all, like, if you look at the decks that have won recently, the Turbo ones seem to be, the Turbo Staxy and the Turbo Midrangey ones seem to be doing really well relative to, like, the Hard Stacks ones, or the ones that are, like, pure midrange, or, like, really heavy into midrange cards. Let's just run through what I have here real quick. I think our discussion's probably going to be more interesting than what I wrote up, but I knew that was going to be the case. So, midrange, established value engines. Pretty simple. None of these cards are super in favor right now, but I think it's because Turbo Stacks is, like, kind of the dominant strategy. Chiskoria shows up pretty regularly. Gloin shows up pretty regularly. Gadrak's kind of a pet card for or people that are, like, really in the tank on continual generation.
The card we discussed earlier is a good almost consideration replacement for it. The enchantment that gives us another combat step.
Yeah, but I don't think they're used the same way, right?
I thought it was super similar. Gadrak is like you swing, get some treasures, trade a dwarf, play Gadrak's second main phase, get a bonus treasure to go for the win. I think that the other one plays almost the exact same way.
It's the same cost, technically. Or it's one less if the dwarf dies.
Yes, but playing a dwarf that turn usually casts 1. Yeah, Grim Reaper's Sprint. I will say, however, this card is not as... that card's more explosive. This card has a little bit more generation on the back end. You can do it again next turn, right? You can let her up. I guess my general thought is that Gadrak can be used in more of a turbo strategy to just play him and then search out GPS and then have 9 treasures and hopefully be able to win from there.
It also disincentivizes blocking from your opponents if they know that you're going to get an extra treasure and potentially win the game.
That's actually really fair, and that actually makes it a better turbo card. For that
and
reason.
It also becomes a 5/4 beater once you are almost at activation. So it's a very strong card. To be quite fair.
Yeah, no, it's one of my favorite cards, even though it's got that really dumb face. Why can't all our dragons look like Chiskoria? Chiskoria is like fucking lit.
Hey man, they gotta look like Smaug or something. It's fine.
No, at least they're not Nikki B with the goblin face. Chiskoria, fairly just consistent value engine. Like the beats are almost secondary, right? It's just a very solid card. Problem is, what's his face exists, and he's He's kind of falling off a little bit, so maybe Chiskoria, Dranith is falling off a little bit. He's not like an auto-include in any deck that runs white these days. Like, the tournament meta, at least, has, Blue Farm doesn't necessarily run him, right? Because they can generate more value, and it's a kind of a
Other
two-card.
things.
Yeah, they have better things to do. Yeah, right. A lot of people don't. Like, it's a pretty common thing to cut now. Gloin is a little bit lower to the ground, but plays more in like the Stax mid-range variety.
I don't like Line
I don't either.
personally.
Yeah, no, I
I
think
think that like
Go ahead.
he's good in the situations where like you're playing artifact in 2 turns, and then you're trying to win 2 turns later or something. But in situations where the board is not stacked out, like you're seldom going to be using the sacrifice to go to target creature. Like
yeah, like you want to
unless
limit.
Kinnan has like a big boy out, and you're just like, yeah, we're gonna force Timna to die, or we're gonna force Kinnan to die, or whatever. Like
I've never found the second part to be particularly useful, and the fact that it costs a treasure. If it didn't cost a treasure, it would be better.
It's important to note too that he triggers from historic spells, not just artifacts. So playing Magda will trigger him as well.
Yeah,
Using legendary.
but it's also like he's like Metallic Mimic in the sense that like if I play my Magda late and and everything is going super slow, he gets you an extra treasure, and I'm like, that's fine. That's not where I want to be in a game, right? I don't want the optimal use case for this card to be me playing Magda after a 3-drop.
I think his optimal Christmas land is like turn 1 Crypt Gloin, turn 2 Magda.
True, right? And that I've done that before, right? And it's great when that happens. In the same way, it's great when I get to play turn 1 Metallic Mimic, turn 2 3/2 Magda, right? That's fine, but that's not the majority of the times you're getting him in hand. You're top decking him on turn 4, and now he says no text, right? And that's not where you want for a mid-range card. Or for where I want my deck to be. For a mid-range card, I get it. Moving on to Turbo. There's a lot of bad cards in Turbo, which is why a lot of Turbo decks try to bridge that gap between Stax and Turbo, or mid-range and Turbo. But you have cards like Gimli where you're trying to get 1 attack in and win the game, right? Or Gamble where you're making sure you have something in hand that's useful, whether that's usually it's mana ramp. I guess in most other decks it's mana ramp. In Magda,
what are you talking about? It's just Dockside. 1
Yeah.
mana, go get Dockside.
yeah, or or it's Dockside. Dockside's not always 4 treasures, right? Turn 1 Dockside is not always useful.
It's not, but having it in hand until it's the perfect time,
That's fair.
still good.
That's fair.
But also, Gamble is also just as good in those Turbo Stax decks because you want a specific Stax piece to stop XYZ decks.
Yep.
You don't necessarily want to use your Magda activation to go get that
Yep.
Graph Digger's Cage to stop the 3 breach decks in your pod. So
For sure. But I would also rather pay 2 more mana than lose a card, which is why we play Engineer, right?
yes.
Which is why most people that are in that range just make that trade-off. I'll play a little bit slower so I can get an extra card out of it. So the last thing, Gimli pretty much speaks for himself. He makes 3 treasures if he connects. He's pretty great. And he's more of the magical Christmas land with turn 1 Gimli, turn 2 Magda.
Yeah, it's a life I've lived. It's insane.
It is beautiful. I've done it once, and then every other time I've played Gimli, he's gotten Bowmastered. Stax, like everyone knows what Stax is here, hopefully. It's probably the hardest archetype to play in all of Magic, and there's pretty good reasons for that. It's because Tanglewire can sometimes hand Kinnan the game, and Magus can sometimes hand Is It in the game, and Nullrod can sometimes hand Thyam the game, and that.
But when you combine Nullrod and Magus at the same time, you hand yourself the game.
Right, which is why you keep those hands, right? You Ancient Tomb, you Ancient Tomb turn 1 for Null Rod, and then turn 2 you drop a mountain, play Magus of the Moon, and then you just play Magda out if you feel like it. Right.
And then you laugh at the blue farm players.
Yeah, right. You get to like I love the and this is, very Schadenfreude, but like, it's very much fun to watch the players who have enjoyed like a no cost 5 mana 5 color shell.
4 or 5 color shell, yeah.
Existence for like 3 years with 5 years at this point with literally no downside, right? No one's running Forbidden Orchard unless they really want to, right? And now they can't. Now bad for them, right? So my take is
that combination specifically also does make people go, okay, well, I'm just going to dockside because I only have red mana and it's the only thing I can play from hand.
Yeah, and so if you
then you just go, oh, thanks, I win.
Right. I will go grab Curse Totem or Curse Mirror rather.
Curse Mirror.
Yeah. Tangle Wire is probably the worst of these three. It's like you don't need Accelerant if you have these two out, right? But this is also an Accelerant, right? Like Tangle Wire might as well be mana ramp under when you have Magda and another dwarf. It's good. I know why people don't like it. It is good though.
It is awesome that you can choose to do the fading counter or to choose the tap first.
Yeah, and both
I had that come up last week actually.
And both modes are beneficial sometimes, which is awesome to have. The fact that you always have the choice, and sometimes either mode is useful.
Like when the count's really high, you typically wind it down and then tap. But especially when it's at like 2 or 1, you want to get that extra tap or 2 out of it. That's really good.
We need a Stax deck that has that proliferates every turn. That's what I want. Oh, maybe a Traxa proliferate. Maybe a Traxa Stax. A Staxa. I'm gonna make an Staxa deck. Don't mind me. Smokestack and Tangle Wire. With Skrelv's Hive or some nonsense. BRB Brewing. So I'm not super interested in like delving too heavy into where do the lines stop, right? Everyone knows colors are like decks. These decks are like colors. So where does blue and green stop? Somewhere in the middle, right? That makes sense.
This also is a good point to talk about, or in the future to talk about how card combinations are used in specific types of decks, like the land the land destruction, the elixir stuff, all this other like sets of cards go in specific variants of decks, whether it's just mid-range, turbo stacks, mid-range stacks, like having specific sets of cards tend to sort of make your deck a mixture more so than just one of the three.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's really about how you're utilizing those cards and the conjunction of them, right? That determines the speed of your deck, the resiliency. And like I think there's really just three real variables, not necessarily related to the cards, but related to how the deck maybe 4. Like interactability, resiliency to interaction, speed of putting win attempts on the board, and like the ability to I guess resiliency and card advantage stuff is really the same thing. So it's really just resiliency and your ability to rebuild, right? And that's where these like hybrid archetypes like live, right? In exploring those, you kind of figure out, well, Turbo Stax is really just about shutting down the game as quickly as they can and then going for a win attempt. And Turbo
as fast as possible. Yeah.
And Turbo mid-range is about putting multiple wins on the stack consecutively over and over and over. And the mid-range Stax deck just wants to go super fucking long and beat people to death, right? And that's really the long and short of it.
Turbo mid-range is our Grixis impersonation.
Right, exactly. Literally, right. It's why the Dracosaur card makes a little bit more sense because you get to make treasures and make treasures every turn, or I guess more. I think Goldspan's probably a better. I think Goldspan's just better, but because I think a 3/1's not as good.
We get 2 cards per turn with Bone Hoarder, right?
You know that's fair. You do get 2 cards. Okay, no. Relationship with Goldspan over my new best friend is Dracosaur. If I ever play a mid-range version of this deck again, which won't happen. I do have a foil version of it though. I pulled it. Anyway, the next thing I wanted to talk about was what's doing the best right now. It seems that everyone here is leaning towards Turbo Stax most people are leaning towards Turbo Stax as the most consistent to play out in the wild. Do you guys think that's fair?
I think it's usually best into a blind meta because you get to decide if you want to go late game or early game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I do want to look at the top cuts. I've laid out the last, since November, all the wins. And you're going to just, because we don't really have time to go into every single list, you're just going to, I'm going to get, freely distribute this. This has all the deck lists at the time. Some of the tournaments don't create their own individual version of the list to stand in perpetuity. So some of them have been updated since the list has come up, and I can't do anything about that. But I have something that approximates their list. But practically everything is turbo. is moving quickly, running the card disadvantage cards, right? Not Rite of Flame, but practically everything else, right? A lot of gambles, a lot of the moxes. So the point I want to make is that while on the server here we're pretty heavy into the turbo stacks, there's a lot people are going faster faster and more consistent faster and more explosive rather into these tournaments at least.
Another thing that's important is that time frame of tournaments needs to be taken into account.
These are all within the last 4 months.
No, I'm talking about the round timers.
Yeah.
For sure.
Trying to play hard stacks Magda into a 80-minute timer, not going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
I think it depends on your table, honestly. It's so hard.
It obviously depends on your table and stuff, but do you want to coin flip into a draw every game?
So here's something a real important point is that a lot of players complain about slow play in the last couple of turns because they see people angling towards a draw by being humming and hawing, right? The Stax player has to really ride that line between being a proactive game move a longer kind of guy and not being the table the hall monitor for the table. Can we take game actions, please? Right? Not everyone can be wounded satellite in that sense. Where if he feels like it benefits him, he's going to tell people to take game actions or pass turn, right? Which I think is fair. I think we need to get better about in the community talking about slow play and casual play, so that when it happens in high stress situations, we are ready mentally to make those cases to the table. So you don't even need a judge, right? You can say, I think slow play is happening. Can we move along? And the table can press along accordingly, right? But as it stands right now, players will actively sandbag and run out your clock to force a draw, because people are not used to calling out slow play. You got to do it. This is to a call out to everyone there, to everyone out there. Call out slow play when you see it, even in casual. If the table that you're at has it all indicated that they want to play at as if they're tourney prepping, right? Do it there too. No, no take backsies. Do it there too. You call it slow play. Really prepare that you're prepared to say, hey, you're slow playing, right? Be able to recognize it at the table, so you can recognize it in the tournament. So you don't lose the round timer.
I think it's the kind of thing that, like Sho was saying, when you're going into blind, like if you're just trying to get through your main Swiss rounds where you're playing against you have no idea what, that's where you have to be more concerned about. Like, it's easier to be proactive and to try to just scoop up a win than try to play. Then, like you were saying, you have to herd cats through this
absolutely
game to get them. That said, when you're playing at those top 16, top 4 tables, I feel like the Stax mid-range versions do have some advantages that the turbo versions miss out on.
I agree.
I would not disagree with that. I think that we suffer from the Rogsai problem, actually.
Yeah.
Where because we are actually good at going second for a win.
Yep.
That because that's usually fast enough, we put ourselves in a situation where it's really easy to get through the Swiss rounds potentially, but then once we get to the higher placements, we're forced to fight against the best decks in the format, and I think that the Turbo Stax variant doesn't do as well into those consistently.
Yeah, same
especially
opinion.
If we're going to be in seat 3 or 4 because of our win versus loss versus draw percentage as well.
Something else to lay out there in terms of the differences between Swiss and top tables is that Magda has to rely on good blue playing players to play blue good, right? And there are a lot of, non-grinders that are just going to show up and be bad at threat assessment. And not even towards Magda, just not in a way that saves a game loss, right? And because you have to herd cats in that way too, you're just going to, chaos is not a ladder for Magda. Chaos is a shoot, right? You can't for those of you that know Game of Thrones, that probably made a little bit of sense.
I would also argue that even I don't know if you saw Lamora's cards did this thing about the easier commanders to pick up to play to start cEDH.
Yes,
and they were Magda is not one of those things.
I didn't watch that video purely because I knew he was going to say Magda is not what you want to play, which is fine.
I mean, I also don't disagree. I think that Magda is one of those commanders that, especially if you're playing a Stax variant, you need a very high game knowledge. Because if you don't know what all these different types of archetypes or decks specifically are going to be going for, you can't herd cats properly. You can't point them in the correct direction.
Yeah.
And because we need a lot of table talk usually, and we need to sort of dictate, not necessarily dictate, but we need to push towards specific things to help deal with problems while also diverting attention from ourselves. It makes it very difficult the higher you get in tournaments as well, because all those players are good at the same thing on a different deck.
Right.
That usually has more answers. So when you're talking about
problem.
Wounded Satellite or Ian or any of these players, they know exactly what you are going to be talking about every time.
Yep. That's also why we punch well above our weight in terms of top cutting, because the average Magda player is so much better than the average player, because it's kind of inevitable because you're playing Stax and also
I would argue that we're playing Silver Bullet, so we need to know how those things interact and what specifically we need to do to stop specific archetypes.
Yep.
So it makes it so that the base knowledge for the format is a little bit higher than you would need to play a Sisay or a blue farm or something like this, where you
Yeah.
can just sort of rest on your laurels, so to speak, of I
Of
have
card
my
quality.
value engines,
Yeah,
or
I have my card quality. Yeah.
I have my card quality, I have my tutor chains, I have this, that, and the other thing. Like it's
Yeah.
similar for Kinnan. Like Kinnan's a lot easier to pilot than a lot of other decks are.
Yeah.
And especially if you play it like Wounded does, or these other players that use Kinnan more as like that ritual, where they're like, okay, my card quality is still very high being in Bant, so I'm just going to, or Simic, sorry. So I'm just going to use that to my advantage as well.
Yep.
Also, one of the best parts about Magda is its like technical durability, like the way you can react with your own clock wins to win on the stack. And if you don't understand stack mechanics, you're missing out on the main advantage of playing the deck.
Yeah,
You're placing on the main advantage for playing Magic. Right.
Well, some decks don't care. Some decks just like Winota, you don't need to comprehend the stack fully to play Winota. It helps, but it's not
Winota
as
plays
necessary.
itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They're like even my friend is not the best Magic player, right? But he is a Winota pilot through and through, because he's like, I get to make the least amount of important decisions and still do well.
Yep. It is the mercy of Magic the Gathering, and if those of you who've played Overwatch at any point, you know what I'm talking about. You hold space. But I actually think Winota is one of the easier decks to pilot, but it's not actually that easy to build because of how easily she's shut off. You have to have a
I mean,
deck
we're
that
also very easily shut off if people want to pay attention and know how to interact and when. But like, again, not everyone knows how to stop the clock combo.
Yep.
Like, someone has one piece of interaction and you're like, cool. And they do it at the wrong time because they do it after the treasure comes into play.
Mhm.
It's like, thanks. Well, I still get to do this on top of you.
Yep. All right. I want to move on to the something that's so I don't know who made the Stam spreadsheet, because the information about the creator is gone, or not like not telegraphed, but it's useful. Whoever made it, thank you. They collated all of the, like 5 of the last top 16 decks, and started and then told us like what all had 5 and what all had 4 occurrences and what was only in one deck and all that good stuff. And I wanted to go through the things that I thought were interesting specifically. Zorn is, everyone still thinks Zorn is good. Everyone still thinks Pyro is good. Tanglewire was the one that surprised me. That all 5 of the decks use it. So I think in the Turbo Stacks variant, like where you're trying to eke out like a lockdown that also benefits you and propels you, Tanglewire is still very good at that, right?
That's the argument that, I had, was that in some variants of the build, like just the inconsistency that you're going to get it that early, but in the decks that are looking to only play the early turns,
Yeah.
it makes a lot more difference.
Yeah, for sure. Someone going off Damping Sphere was actually pretty insane to me. I think Damping Sphere is kind of uncuttable right now because of the nature of
It shuts down
Dockside.
breach lines and dockside stuff. And,
yeah, creature-based dockside and breach, right? Like it's good. Great Furnace was in 4 decks. I think that's what convinced me to play it. I was like, you know what? I do want my Mopal on more often. Mimic didn't surprise me, but I thought it was important to note is that Mimic is starting to become the next one that a lot of people are just including because it's 2 mana.
I mean, it's a 2-drop, and
Yep.
it makes things a little bit bigger to get out of range of Bowmaster. But sometimes. But outside of the turbo, the value of it is a lot lower because you don't necessarily want to always be asking the question, right?
Yep.
Of, is it my turn to win now?
Also, is the tempo oddness for it actually it's in a turbo shell. It's actually a resilience piece because one, it makes it harder for you to answer if you play it first than Magda, but also for a rebuild, like if they shoot Magda, it's a little bit easier. You know, it's kind of the glowing thing. Instead of getting a treasure, you get a plus one, right? And that's nice. I get it in that kind of scenario. I just think outside of that scenario, it's pretty bad. A braid only being in 3 decks is kind of nuts to me. I feel like a braid is like one of the uncuttable interaction pieces because they need to kill Curse Totem. They need to kill their own Null Rods or any hate bear that shuts them off.
These turbo decks aren't usually running Null Rod though, so
They're not running Null Rod. Yeah, but they're running. Other people are running Null Rod.
yeah.
Right. I mean, not a whole lot. Like Tyam runs Null Rod. Winota sometimes runs Null Rod.
I mean, but Winota and Tyam are also 2 decks that are on the decline. So
I actually think Tyam's showing back up. It was been on the decline for like 4 months though, for sure. I'm not saying it's doing better. I think it's just being played a little more than it was since it's like, big explosion. So Ariats is in 3, which means it's kind of a take it or leave it, which I more or less agree with. Karn only being in 3 is interesting to me. And the spheres start to make more sense the lower to the ground you are. Because you feel like you don't need to like you're just trying not to lose at that point. Zoyowa's being in 2 was actually pretty insane to me because it's kind of
I think it's just new. I think in another couple of months it'll be in more of them.
That's fair. No, you're totally right. Memjar and Null Rod being down at the bottom make a lot more sense because a lot of these more turbo lists. Mox Diamond I was actually surprised. Mishra's was less surprising because of the cost. I guess Mox Diamond's like $400 too. Hanger Scrounger and Grinding Station. I'm back and forth on Hanger Scrounger, so like I honestly want to take it out and try something else out in the slot. Not sure what, but probably an Artifact Dwarf or something.
Hanger Scrounger is really similar to the guy that destroys something or makes a treasure, in my opinion.
I think he's better. No, Plundering Barbarian seems like a lot better.
There you go, Plundering Barbarian. Yeah, I think Plundering Barbarian is like a clear small step above Hanger Scrounger, but they're right next to each other in what they do.
Yeah, I mean, I like Hanger Scrounger because of the loot, right? But
and the 1/1 counter and the tap outlet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. But
I hated the card when I played it.
What's that?
I hated the card when I played it.
Yeah, it was middle, very middle when I played it too. But the same was kind of true for Plundering. It's like normally it's a treasure that makes a dwarf that makes an extra treasure. Every once in a while it'll shatter something.
Yeah, but Plundering I can get with Imperial Recruiter, which is super great. I mean, I can also get Hanger Scrounger, but Hanger Scrounger isn't an answer to anything. It's just like a slightly more valuable dwarf, and I don't know that I need
it. It also isn't a 3-mana 2 treasures.
It also isn't a 3-mana 2 treasures, which is pretty important. Like, honestly, I might cut Hanger Scrounger just to add in Hover Bike back in. Which I think is an actively more...
I think the more low to the ground you go, the better having more vehicles is.
Yeah, and I kind of want to be on low to the ground outside of those, like, kind of insane value pieces, right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel... yeah, no, that's more or less how I feel about it. But that's all the content I had. And I think we've kind of ran through everything. Does anything that popped up here look like super crazy or surprising?
No, I don't think so. I kind of wish poor Oni's on like the opposite time schedules. I think that if me and Oni were here to discuss with you and show, we would have a really balanced like 2 really mid-range Stax players and 2 players maybe a little bit more willing to put their foot to the metal for some of the card discussion. But
we'll have to do that for the next podcast.
We'll have to just do the podcast at German hours or whenever Oni's awake.
I mean, is he German?
I believe so. I think
he's just busy then, because it's only fucking 8 o'clock.
He is also busy. He's a good guy.
Yeah. All All right, so we have about 10 minutes until Shoto's leaving, and we
I
could
haven't been told to leave yet, so I'm around for whatever.
okay.
But
Well, we have some time to do some Q&A. I'm I've learned some stuff today. I'll say my takeaways. At least in the deck doctoring, often when Shoto talks, I make changes to my deck. It's usually what happens. Um, he's very convincing. So what I've heard is that Galleon is cope. I already knew that, but what I didn't know was that even though I can't cast it off of Mishra's, I should be giving Wandering a try at least. And the more I look at everyone's list, the less I'm interested in Hanger Scrounger as a value dwarf, and so I'll probably try something else like another.
I think Rust has just had too many games because he plays so many compared to everyone else, where Hanger Scrounger does the thing, and that just lifts it up for him.
Yeah.
But for some of the players that don't play 100 games a week,
Yeah.
you don't see that card as often. You don't get that interaction as often, so like it just doesn't make sense to me.
So step 1 is open a card shop in a place that can financially support it. 2, be good at running a card shop, and 3.
Just move to Texas and get hired by Rust. It's fine.
Yeah, you know what? I don't want to live in Kilgore.
I don't want to live
I lived close enough to that neck of the woods. Not my favorite. Good for him, but not my favorite.
I double checked he's hiring first too. It's hard to pick up employees at the game shop, but that's definitely like
He's hiring.
that's definitely where I got all
It
my
was mostly as a joke, but
for sure.
Be very good at
Playing
crypto trading.
working in a game store is definitely where I built my skill preparing for Marchezo. That really like you have to live in a game store. You have to get so many reps, be it on the game store or cEDH online. You need the reps. The reps are really where the light comes.
Yep, I 100% agree. That's why I've changed my deck without playing it for multiple weeks. Does anyone have any questions? Anyone in the audience want to hop up and ask the question? It's probably faster than typing it out. Absolutely happy to do so. You can just raise your hand, or you can type it out either way.
we're back in elementary school.
Yeah. What do you guys think of Pithing Needles as Stax piece? It is way too narrow. We are way past the days of hard stacks.
I have an answer for this.
All right.
Pithing Needles specifically was very strong against Sisay and is very good against Kinnan. But because there are only so many things in the format that are activated abilities that are not mana abilities, that it becomes too narrow, and even though you can get it off of Urza Saga and stuff like that, it's too narrow. So in the situations where you do get to name Kinnan or Time Sieve or something like this, if that is your answer to stop you from losing that game, then your opponents are doing something wrong. And also, if you're naming Kinnan, it doesn't stop him from also
Hard casting all his cool shit.
hard casting all of his cool shit. So like, just because he doesn't get to ETB stuff doesn't make a difference, because that part of Kinnan can also be shut off by Grafdigger's Cage. So that's another thing that you can go and grab.
You can't, for the record, you can't. Pithing Needle doesn't turn off ninjutsu, does it?
No.
Yeah, it does.
It does?
Yeah. An activated ability on the card. It's one of the only ways to turn off ninjutsu.
I did not know that. Can you turn off channel too?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Nice. I didn't know that. That's actually pretty awesome. I just assumed it only checked cards in the field, bluntly. That's actually really useful technology or information. You guys just learned something. Thank you.
I think Pithing Needle goes back to the discussions we were having before. I think Pithing Needle is going to be good in the top 16, top 4 tables, and it's going to not be powerful enough for card slot when you're trying to get to Swiss.
And I'd rather lose in top 16 than lose in in Swiss.
I would argue that the top 4, top 16 decks aren't running enough creatures or things that you are actively looking to shut down with that in the current meta.
So In Swiss, and this is a tip for all of you. If you're just hard pressed to run Pithing Needle, name Mana Crypt anyway. Every time I've done it, they have just decided not to tap their Mana Crypts.
Don't presume your players are bad when you're making game decisions.
I'm just saying, if you are, you
can't name Mana Crypt that's not a valid target.
You can name it. He's saying that they'll just play poorly, and even though that it doesn't technically stop it, the players will allow it to be stopped out of their own misplay.
Yes, it has happened at least 3 times.
And I will definitely represent the Ghost of Oni here and say, do not make deck decisions or playstyle decisions on the presumption that your opponents are bad.
Okay, if your opponent, so let me put some caveats on this. Okay, if you are playing in Swiss or like I mean, it's probably pointless in a casual game, but if you're playing in Swiss and there aren't good options. And it's not likely that it's going to become a good option, but taking someone off their mana because they don't know how to read is a better option than doing nothing. Name Mana Crypt, because somebody's going to forget when it's relevant, and they're just going to choose to not. You don't turn off the mana ability, but you can name the card.
Yeah, so as far as goofy advice to win tournaments, instead of presuming your opponents are bad, my goofy advice to win tournaments is to lean into the Dwarf Tribal Mono Red and cEDH and buy a fake beard on Amazon and show up as Dwarf RP'd out as you can be. Okay. And hopefully your opponents will take you less seriously and you'll be able to sneak through.
Oh, that's actually really funny. I have a pretty, I can grow a pretty impressive beard, and I'll just braid my hair. Let's do that. That's
in a Gimli cosplay.
Oh yeah,
100%.
absolutely.
Get like a hammer, everything you can do.
Oh, and I Rockin' Stone. I'll just spit out nothing but Deep Rock Galactic, like candle eyes.
Bring your own dwarf, or bring your own chair that's got shorter legs on it, so that you just sit lower on the table.
And you can put your cards under the table, and people really can't see them.
Okay, that is really funny. My wife does fashion, so that actually is something that can happen. She can sew me up something. That's good. I wouldn't recommend an overly oversized fake nose though. That could be taken the wrong way. But yeah, no, the battle axe in the con center, that they'll like that. Any other questions that aren't related to me being a goofball? Thank you, Koibito, for that. That was great.
That's my strategy. Next time you guys see some guy in sunglasses and a giant beard, like, who knows who it is?
Who knows?
Yep, could be any one of us. Dwarf together strong. Dwarf incognito strong. All right. Feel free to ping us if you have any thoughts. But I think now we're gonna move into playing games. If anyone wants, we definitely have enough to make a pod or 3. I know Shoto's probably not gonna stick around because he's got other games to play.
I can go to my game store.
You can. If I wanted to play Magic, I could just go to my game store.
Today's cEDH day, so.
No, it's good. Very good. Go enjoy your games. All right, that's cool. We're probably gonna we'll hop down into the lobby and then break up in the pods. Just use the LFG bot to do the thing. Thus ends the recording. This is Audible. All right, let's.